All right, let's get started. Hello everyone, and welcome to today's Rare Disease Day event, organized by iXCells Biotechnologies here in San Diego. My name is Wayne Vaz. I'm the Vice President of Corporate Development and Commercial Operations, and I'm thrilled to serve as your host for today's webinar. On behalf of iXCells and our employees in San Diego, we're delighted to invite you to today's meeting to learn more about this important topic of rare disease and even ultra-rare diseases. Okay, a gentle reminder about webinar etiquette for today's meeting. So number one, since this is a live event, for those of you in the room on site, please switch your cell phones to silent mode as a courtesy to the speakers today and participants. And then number two, as a heads up for those of you that are joining remotely, your mics and webcams will be automatically turned off during the presentation. And then number three, we encourage all participants to submit their questions or comments via the chat mode at any time during the presentations today. We will have a separate Q&A section today to address those questions. If we don't have enough time, don't worry. We're going to address your questions later after the meeting. When you submit your questions, please clearly direct your questions to the name of the speaker when submitting your questions. Okay. All right, let's move on to today's agenda. So we have an awesome list of presenters joining us coast to coast today. And so we have, in our first session, we'll include presentations from the Rare Disease Foundation leaders sharing their inspiring stories. And starting us off, we'll have Amber Freed, CEO and founder of SLC 6A1 Connect, Michelle Jeanette, founder of Cure KCNH1 Foundation, and Piotr Kosla, Vice President and co-founder of PAC S2 Research Foundation, and Jackie Skinner Foster, Executive Director of Hope for Harvey, and Stephanie Teleska, co-founder of KCNC1 Foundation. Session 2 will start at about 12 p.m.
Screen. I think you need to switch your screen. You're on the notes screen.
Interesting. Thank you for bringing that up. That's not what I'm doing.
You just gotta click the display settings at the top, and then it should show duplicate slideshow.
Yeah.
Exactly, and now it's perfect, I think.
Okay. Interesting. All right, thank you. Okay, so moving on to session 2, we'll start at about 12 p.m. Pacific and include some impressive speakers from academia, industry, and nonprofit organizations. Dr. Tim Yu will start. Tim is a physician scientist at Boston Children's Hospital. Winston Yan is president of N=1 Collaborative. Irina Antonijevic is a chief medical officer at Everyone Medicines. And Jeff Milton is CEO at La Jolla Labs. Namway Lin is co-founder and president of iXCells Biotechnologies and the key organizer of today's event. And Amber Freed will provide some closing remarks, and then we'll bookend today's meeting with Michelle Jeanette, founder of Cure KCNH1 Foundation, moderating a roundtable discussion. After the first session, we'll plan for about 30 minutes Q&A, followed by about 10 or 15 minutes break before we commence session number 2. All right. I also want to mention that today's event will also be available on some leading rare disease websites. So the National Organization of Rare Disorders, or NORD, a leading independent patient advocacy organization representing all individuals and families affected by rare diseases in the United States. Number two, RareDiseaseDay.org is operated by European Organization for Rare Diseases, a non-governmental organization that raises awareness among the general public and decision makers about rare diseases and their impact on patients' lives. And then number three, globalgenes.org is a nonprofit organization dedicated to eliminating the burdens and challenges of rare diseases for patients and families globally. For those of you joining us that may not be so much familiar with rare diseases, here are some fast facts. So Rare Disease Day is an annual celebration to raise awareness for rare diseases to improve the lives of individuals and families impacted by them around the world. What is a rare disease? So in the United States, it's defined as a condition affecting fewer than 200,000 people. In Europe, it's defined as a condition affecting 1 in 2,000 people. An estimated 10,000 rare diseases are known to exist, with about 5,600 being genetically based. Overall, 1 in 10 people are affected by rare disease. That's more than 30 million people in the United States and more than 300 million people worldwide that are living with a rare condition. It is our hope that after today's discussions, you will, number one, you'll think about rare diseases differently in terms of how common they actually are from a collective perspective. Number two, you will better understand and appreciate the incredible challenges that families face in caring for loved ones that are dealing with these debilitating diseases. And then number three, increase the knowledge and awareness of some of the supporting resources available for patients, parents, and even scientists. Okay. Before we move on to today's presentations, I want a quick shout out to an organization that we partnered with called Salt and Butter here in San Diego. They're a bakery. And they generously agreed to donate a percentage of purchases made between February 28th and March 2nd. And so for those of you that are located in San Diego, you can scan the QR code and then place your orders online. So please show your support today for the Rare Disease Day. Okay, with those introductory remarks, let's now begin session number one. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Amber Freed. She is the CEO and founder of SLC 6A1 Connect. Amber will now enlighten us with her topic, the patient view. So I'll turn it over to Amber now.
Wonderful. I was just saying, I'm so happy to be here today. I can't tell you how much this means to me that everyone thought enough of me to ask, and how much iXCells honors the rare disease experience and how much they've meant to my family. And it's also really cool to be in this conference with many of my personal heroes. Today, I'm here to share the story of my family and my son, Maxwell. I spent my career as an equity analyst for a hedge fund, but I was never totally complete. And on March 27th, 2017, my world became complete when I welcomed Mr. Maxwell and Miss Riley James. And as you can see, they are absolute heaven. I was ecstatic, content, and life was absolutely perfect. Soon after he was born, he looked perfectly normal, but he just wasn't progressing like his natural benchmark, Riley. And he had really bizarre symptoms, like he would Okay, he would do this constantly. Like, look at his finger, I'll do a side view. And everybody would say, oh, it's a baby that found his finger. And I was like, no, he does this 12 hours a day. And another doctor was able to diagnose somebody on the spot. But
Okay.
he would just like stare at his finger. He'd make a hook with his finger like a pirate and just weirdly shake his hand. And nearly every SLC child does this as a baby. He had really strange movement, almost like Parkinson's. And I remember going into my pediatrician and describing him as floppy. Then mother's intuition started sounding louder than a freight train because I would write down all of these things Riley was doing every month in her baby book, but he couldn't. And it was bittersweet and it was making me cry. And I just knew something was very, very wrong. We started down a really long and terrible diagnostic odyssey. And finally, Maxwell was told, well, we were told he needed genetic testing. I was so confused. No diseases run in our families. And then one day we received the phone call from Children's to come in immediately. And it was at this moment when I got that phone call and they said, come in as soon as you can, we'll clear our schedules. I knew it was just so bad. I probably shouldn't have been driving as I was shaking driving to the hospital. And once we were there, we were led to a really bad newsroom. It was a sterile, cold room. But what I most remember were the sad faces of the doctors. It was a human moment where I could tell that they were as sad as I was and they hadn't said anything. And the doctor said, your son has been diagnosed with SLC 6A1. And I looked at them and I said, okay, what's the disease? And they said SLC 6A1. And I said, so nobody wants credit for it? And the doctor said, no, it was too rare for a name. Time was standing still, so I took out my phone and Googled the disease and it said, no results found. We've all had that moment where we've accidentally fat fingered a Google search and something comes up. Never had the experience of having no search results found. And then doctors explained that this was the genetic location and we fell into the bucket of too rare to care and nothing could ever or would ever be done. Inherently, because we've all been alive, we've suffered our most dark moment of our life. And I can say beyond a shadow of a doubt, this was my dark moment to be holding your tiny little baby and so many hopes and dreams, and for them just to be wiped out and there's nothing, there's no hope. And I was trying to take in this information and take notes, and my husband's shoulders began to shake as he was bawling. And it was at that moment that I realized I had my entire life to cry and mourn what happened. But in this moment, I didn't have that luxury. Maxwell didn't have that luxury. And so I decided that I was going to fight like a mother. I was going to fight like I was on the third monkey on the loading deck to Noah's Ark, and it just started to rain. This was about my son. and I will fight to the absolute death for him. I immediately left my career at Janice Henderson and started Googling. And let me tell you, it's been a really wild ride. I think one thing I loved about working in equities is that the stock market has this unique mechanism to remind you every single day that you're stupid and you can learn more. It doesn't matter how much research you do on a stock, how great of model you build, there are always black swan events. There's always something you could have never predicted. You are a constant student, and science is much more than that, than even the equity market. I have many times in life now where I wonder what used to stress me out. So I went home and I called thousands of scientists. It was really hard to find people who understood the gene SLC6A1, but they understood GAT1 transporters and the mechanism of GABA. And so I started with larger diseases and piggybacked off of those. I became the expert myself. I called people during Asia and Australia at night, Europe the early morning, and the US during the day. I was a zombie. I would go to every conference available. But, if you're going to kill a cow, you better make a burger. So I formed a 501c3, started finding every patient from around the world, started building a registry, got a natural history study off the ground, stalked key scientists, convinced them as to why they should work with me. And here we are 4 years later, and we really have built somewhat of a miniature biotech. It started that I had to send scientists snacks via Uber Eats every single day to be remembered. And now we have a scientific dream team. I am just so proud of what my tiny little organization has built. We've successfully repurposed an FDA-approved drug that is keeping most children fairly stable. And this repurposed drug is allowing us the time to advance novel DNA and RNA therapies that will be the closest thing our children will ever know in their lifetime. We're working with biotechs. We've raised nearly $5 million. We've spent a lot of money. We're working with 15 academic centers, and it has just been something. And I would say the huge highlight of this journey has been seeing the hope in our patients' eyes. When Maxwell was diagnosed, he was one of 34. And I think that's really what happens with rare disease. You think it's ultra rare and that you're the only person in the world, but that's not true. We just haven't had the good diagnostics. And as newborn screening expands and testing panels expand and studies have expanded, we've found that we're actually just massively underdiagnosed. We're the 10th cause of autism, the 6th cause of epilepsy, the number 1 cause of drop seizures, and we're related to many psychiatric conditions. The story of Maxwell has really transcended the little Freed family, and we all have the opportunity to impact a multitude. But what I really want to drive home today is that rare disease affects us all. This picture here, I want to draw everybody's attention to. This little boy was named Gunnar. He was the same age as Maxwell when his mother received a different diagnosis, but they were very, very similar. And we were working on holistic techniques, talking to the same scientists. Gunner's outlook was actually better than Maxwell's upon diagnosis, but you don't know what you don't know. And what I can tell you, that the day Gunner passed away, I collected those Cookie Monsters to donate to Cook Children's Hospital as his casket was draped with the Texas state flag for his daddy that served as a Navy SEAL for our great country. And we weren't able to meet the needs of this little boy. His mother read Goodnight Elmo because that was Gunner's favorite book. I also just want to say today that it's patients that drive treatment. None of us chose this career or chose this passion. It's this little face of Maxwell and the other little faces that make this a passion. We advocate, we become PhDs, MDs, we raise ludicrous amounts of money. We do things that we could never do for ourselves. We know the disease better than everybody. And if patients were involved more from the beginning of every trial, the success rate would be much higher, much, much higher, because we know what matters to our patient population and what needs to improve and how endpoints should be structured to make trials successful. And we give a lot up to do this. Like, I had an incredible career that I really loved. And of course, I'm happy doing what I do now, but it's reopening a wound every single time I talk about this, and it's become so much easier. But, you know, we're taking care of sick loved ones. We have anxiety, we have fear. The divorce rate has skyrocketed with rare disease families. I mean, my husband couldn't do it. He just wasn't built for this level of care for young kids and the amount of support Maxwell is going to need for the rest of his life. And it's really scary being a single parent with 5-year-old twins, raising a rare disease child and not knowing what's in any of our future. But what drives us every day is the hope and knowing that our kids are absolutely worth it. If you would like to follow my journey, I update LinkedIn regularly. Feel free to scan me and friend me on LinkedIn. And I promise to, well, iXCell is a huge part of my journey, so I promise to keep everybody up to date. Thank you so much for having me today.
To continue on with our timeline, we'll move on to the next speaker today, Michelle Jeanette. Michelle is the founder of Cure KCNH1 Foundation, and Michelle will talk about what we have here, rare disease, life of the hardship.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today and spending your time learning about and brainstorming and collaborating to work together to help overcome some of the challenges facing our rare disease community. I will give just a very brief overview of the work of our foundation. I would be more than happy to answer more questions about the specifics of the research we're doing, et cetera. But really, I wanted to save time to share some videos because I think that's the most impactful way to get a glimpse into our rare disease lives. I don't know about you guys, but before my son Tristan was born, my extent of the, sadly to say, my extent of the knowledge of special needs was basically autism and Down syndrome. And a lot of the times the kids that we see out in the community with those conditions are the higher functioning, healthier ones. And so I just had no clue about the life of these families impacted by these severe, devastating disorders. And we count ourselves lucky because Tristan is more kind of in the middle of the spectrum of severity, physically at least, although he's profoundly intellectually impaired. So I just wanted to give you a firsthand look at some videos sharing some of our stories. But to give a little bit of background, my son was diagnosed almost 2 years ago. And we got our foundation up and running later that year in December of 2021. And in a little over a year since we created the foundation, we have gathered a scientific team, raised $350,000. None of this compares, of course, to the accomplishments of Amber. We're all aspiring to her success. But we have funded pivotal research projects for KCNH1. We have, in collaboration with our academic partners, we have developed invaluable research assets like patient-derived cell lines, and now working on at least one, hopefully 2 KCNH1 mouse models. We just hosted last month the first ever KCNH1 patient or family and scientific conference. And one of my big goals for early this year is to launch a registry and/or natural history study. Our foundation has funded the design, manufacture, and screening right there at iXCells of a batch of antisense oligonucleotides and identified a couple of hits that are now being validated. And we also funded a repurposed drug screen that also yielded some hits. So our next step is validation of both of those. And sorry, just a minute, let me see if we have a 3-step approach, basically. Small molecules that could be repurposed and accessed fairly quickly. And then step 2 is antisense oligonucleotides. And then the long-term goal that we really want to be on the cutting edge of, because I really think it's the thing that's going to be the most curative for our kids, is base editing. Almost all of the KCNH1 kids have de novo single point mutations that, it just blows my mind that we all are running around with mutations, but yet our kids get this one misspelled incorrect nucleotide out of 3.2 billion, and it causes all these problems. So my long-term goal is definitely to develop a base editing therapy for our kids. But let me go ahead and share some videos with you.
This is when we met Tristan for the first time.
Tristan was born November 26, 2019, the youngest of our 4 boys. From the minute I saw him, I thought something looked a little off about his eyes, but none of the doctors or nurses mentioned anything or seemed concerned, so I didn't think too much more of it. When he was about 4 months old, we started noticing that he wasn't reaching for things or bearing weight on his legs like his brothers had. So we got him into PT and OT and figured he would catch up, as many children do. He's not that far behind physically, so we were completely unprepared for the severity of the diagnosis. The one that hit me hardest was the fact that he would probably never speak. I don't know why, but in all of my wildest, worst case scenarios, it never even crossed my mind that my little boy wouldn't be able to talk to me. It took a long time for it to start to sink in. that first month, every single day, it was a fresh gut punch. I would wake up in the morning fine for a second, and then suddenly it would all come rushing back in, and it would literally take my breath away. And then, about a month after the diagnosis, he had his first seizure.
When I pulled up to the house, I actually heard the sirens coming down the street as I came in. I'll never forget when I walked in to the house and saw Colt at the top of the stairs, and the look on his face said, Daddy, something's wrong with Tristy. I rushed up the stairs, and of course, fearing the worst, and didn't know what I was going to find, and I come in, Michelle's over Tristan, he's on the ground, and she's trying to calm him down, stroking his head and singing to him, and trying to get him to start breathing. And I mean, Michelle was a rock star that day, and the paramedics and the firefighters, they followed me into the house afterwards, and they got him on oxygen, and put him in the ambulance and rushed him to the hospital with Michelle. It's just, that's when it all hit me. This is real. Tristan has this life-shattering disorder, and our family's lives will never be the same.
I've had to almost completely give up my private practice because of all the therapies and doctor appointments and exercises. He's in therapy 5 days a week, hours a day, but the progress is painfully slow. As he's gotten older, it's become more and more clear how impaired his little brain is. He works so hard to learn things, but even when something finally clicks, and he's been doing it consistently for weeks, it can suddenly vanish. And if you ask him to try to say or do something that he used to know, it totally breaks my heart. He's looking, his eyes are darting all over your face, his mouth is moving, he's breathing hard.
I mean, he's trying so hard, he just can't get his body to cooperate.
Tristan is the sweetest, most loving little person. He's always toddling over to lay his head in our laps or grab us as we're walking by. When he's alert and engaged, he's such a happy, affectionate little love bug. But a lot of the time, he's just off in his own world, kind of checked out, zoned out, like at Christmas. All the other kids were so excited and tearing into presents, and he's just sitting there, staring off into space. I just want so desperately for him to be able to participate in things with our family and enjoy things with the rest of us.
Thinking about the future is pretty overwhelming. I mean, these kids can't ever be left alone. They can't feed themselves. They can't ever even be potty trained.
And it just gets harder as they get older. I mean, just imagine having a Kevin-sized toddler for the rest of your life. It becomes very difficult to do anything as a family. We see with other families, they try to do something as simple as going to a game, and they end up spending the whole time trying to keep their full-grown kid from grabbing other people's food or climbing over the seats. It would be one thing if these kids were happy and healthy overall, but it doesn't seem like most of them are. Many will go months where they only sleep a few hours a night. Lots of the kids are on anxiety meds for agitation, and some will go through periods where they have hours-long crying spells every day. And of course, it can be impossible to figure out the problem because they can't tell you if they're in pain or what's going on. After spending every spare minute for almost a year researching KCNH1 and contacting scientists all over the world, we've learned that there's a clear path forward for KCNH1. It's a very good candidate for gene expression therapy. In other similar disorders that have been treated with this therapy, kids have gone from wheelchair-bound to walking, nonverbal to verbal, multiple seizures a day to seizure-free.
The technology exists, but the funding doesn't. As far as traditional drug development is concerned, KCNH1 is too rare to care. That's why it's up to us to make this happen. We need to raise $1 million to cure KCNH1.
Okay, and I'm gonna go now straight into the next video that I just stayed up all night finishing, that shares kind of little snippets from the many of the KCNH1 families, both the ups and the downs, as I titled my talk, The Hardship and the Hope.
Hi, my name is Hazel, and I have KCNH1.
Can you say hi? Say hello. Hi. Hi. We call him Daddy's tail because he follows him around everywhere.
And he's trying to catch up with me because he'd rather be holding my hand.
Stella may not be able to walk independently, but she knows how to use her new walker to get what she wants. She even managed to make off with everyone else's coats at school one day.
She smiles in the face of adversity.
Tristan is the sweetest, most loving little person. He's always toddling over to lay his head in our laps or grab us as we're walking by.
KCNH1 affects everything about Joseph. It makes him who he is. And it affects obviously everything about our lives as well. Our lives as a family are maybe not what we thought they would be when we had our little boy all those years ago.
Mais c'est ça, malgré son âge de 16 ans, c'est que elle a quand même elle a un âge mental de 8-10 mois, ce qui est très difficile. Elle fait rien toute seule, elle dépend de nous dans toutes les sphères de sa vie. On l'appelle notre bébé géant d'amour. Fait que c'est ça, s'il y avait un médicament qui pourrait alléger, faciliter plus son quotidien, puis notre quotidien. Ben c'est ça, ça serait, j'aimerais vraiment qu'elle ait plus conscience de ce qui l'entoure. Qu'elle puisse nous dire je t'aime. Que j'ai l'impression qu'elle nous reconnaît, sa famille. J'ai pas l'impression qu'elle nous reconnaît. Puis ça, ça me fait de la peine des fois. Tu sais, mettons qu'on va la chercher à l'école, on arrive à l'école, c'est comme si on était des purs étrangers, là. Elle semble même pas nous reconnaître. Ça, je trouve ça difficile. Je trouve ça vraiment difficile.
Onun gelişim basamaklarını tamamlayamadığından itibaren hem özel eğitim hem fizyoterapi aldırdık, ancak ilerlediğimiz yol çok uzun bir yol olmadı. Bu yüzden de dünyada yapılan bilimsel çalışmalardan da umudumuz yüksek. Belki geliştirilecek bir ilaç ya da genetik bir tedavi Melih'in yürümesine, konuşmasına ya da farklı bir şekilde iletişim kurmasına.
My brain sends a message to my mouth that my mouth doesn't get.
I would say that the most difficult part of having a child with
this disability is the unknown. You know, Bentley could have just, you know, a wonderful start to his day like he did today, a little bit tired because he decided that he was going to stay up all night, to, you know, having a full-blown grand mal seizure this morning, which is very scary, very traumatic.
The hardest part, which is Rafi's seizures. They're extremely scary. My husband and I feel often very helpless because there are no triggers, many times no warning signs, and even at 8 years old, they're really uncontrolled.
Mi mayor esperanza, me diga lo que quiere, lo que siente, lo que le gusta.
So if we could eliminate seizures altogether, that would be a dream. Our hopes for the future and with future treatments are for Bentley to have cognitive growth. To us, it's more important to have that cognitive ability than physical abilities. So if treatments could help with that, that would be a dream come true.
Love for Arisa to be able to understand us and talk to us, but in the end, it doesn't change the fact that she is our sunshine.
All right, so I had really hoped to have time to share this incredible gene therapy success story. I mean, the before and afters are just probably the starkest success story I've seen with one of these genetic treatments. But clearly I've run out of time, so we'll have to save that for another time. But it gave me so much hope. This was a little girl who was, imagine one of those super severe KCNH1 kids who can't even hold their head up, going in the span of 2 years to walking, eating solid foods, gaining weight. Finally, her seizure-like symptoms completely disappeared. It was just incredible. So maybe later I'll have a chance to share that.
So we'll move on now to Piotr Kosla. He's the vice president and co-founder of PAC-S2 Research Foundation, and he's going to talk to us today about bringing us the best practices across the Atlantic and orchestrating intercontinental collaboration in the global village. So Piotr, are you with us? I can see you.
I'm here with you. I hope you can see
awesome.
And hear me well.
We can, and we like your zebra stripes too.
Thank you very much for that. You know, I put up a little bit of the show in the company today, so I'm glad you liked it. You like it. So basically, I'm dialing in all the way from Europe, from Poland. So that's kind of the thing to start. And I wanted to thank you very much for having me here today with you. And I'm honored to to join the Rare Disease Day together with you and together with people like Amber, Michelle that has just already presented their journey. So I will start with sharing my presentation, and I hope everything will work properly.
Yes, we can.
So, okay, perfect. So basically, I'm here today to talk to you about a couple of things. So first of all, I want to tell you who we are and where we are from, because like I said at the very beginning, I'm dialing in all the way from Europe, from Poland. Then I wanted to tell you a story of Lena, my daughter, in a nutshell. And I also want to tell you how we moved the needle in the first 12 months. So we are basically still at the beginning of our let's say, our journey. And then what we have learned in the first 12 months. But before going there, I also wanted to share you a quick movie. I hope it will work we will also go to the YouTube, like in the, with Michelle. And this is a bit outdated. So all like it's from 3 months ago. So like all the partners here are not yet updated. So sorry for that, but the content stays the same. So let's see if it works. So I hope it worked, and you've seen the video and with the audio. So basically, I want to start off by saying basically who I am and where I'm coming from. So I'm proud father of currently 17-month-old twin girls. So already we have something in common with Amber, because on top of Lena, we also have Zuzia. Zuzia is completely healthy because they are fraternal twins, and proud husband to my wife, wife Gosia. As you've seen in the video, Elena, she has ultra rare single point mutation in the PAX2 gene, and currently there are only 60 patients diagnosed worldwide. You've also seen in the video the phenotype connected to it, and the disease was firstly described in 2018. And when we found out about the disease, about the diagnosis, we were devastated, because it was basically mentioning something about moderate to severe intellectual development delay, epilepsy, autism spectrum disorder, and basically no cure today. But what we decided to do all the way from Poland, and I will make small geographic refresher in a second, we have decided to establish the PAX2 Research Foundation in Poland, first in the world, working for all people impacted by the PAX2. And I also want to highlight what Amber and Michelle was saying, is that we did it without the scientific background, and that will be one of my key highlights I wanted to basically bring at the very end of the presentation. And we basically I make jokes that we basically became the PhD in just a couple of weeks or months, I would say. And the rare disease is, like I put in brackets, the hot topic in Europe for years, but there is like no clear recipe how to move the needle. And I can tell you that one of the first people that kind of inspired me what I should do in case of Lena is it was basically the founder of the PAX1 Research Foundation, Taruna Reddy, that I remember talking with her a couple of days after we diagnosed Lena with the PAX2 syndrome, that she told me kind of quote unquote the following thing, that if you want to save your daughter, you have to open a caregiver-driven research foundation. And that's what we did very quickly after we found out the diagnosis of Lena. But before going to the details and show you the journey of Lena, like quick refresher. So you can see you are in US in dark blue, and I'm dialing in all the way from different continents, from Poland. Plus I'm traveling a lot between Poland and Switzerland right now. But currently we are navigating through multiple time zones every day, I would say. And as you can see, most of the time we are dialing in obviously with the US, but we cooperate after 12 months with many markets, many countries from Europe, but not only, because in our the caregivers that we are in contact with, we also have kids from Chile, from China, from Israel, Georgia, not only US and Europe. And then I just wanted to give you the short story about Lena and what we were doing in the first days, weeks, and the months after we found out about her diagnosis of the PAX2 syndrome. So in September 2021, we became happy, extremely happy parents of the twins. And for the first couple of months, the the biggest issue was the fact that we didn't have time to sleep during the night because of all the screaming and kind of managing twins at the same time, which is not an easy thing. Everything seemed to be like pretty normal, so they both developed quite well. Like Lena, she had lower muscle tone, Zuzia had higher muscle tone, but it was basically explained by the fact that they were twins. But then on the Christmas Eve, on December 26, 2021, the first seizure attack came. And then in the next 48 hours, Lena had another 30 of them. We were super lucky that we have basically were taken into the care of great doctors that guide us very quickly to basically try to find the reason, the reason driving the diseases and overall Lena's situation. And very quickly we have found out that that on the Valentine's Day, in the February 14th, she has the PAX2. So I know that on average it takes 6 to 8 years to diagnose rare disease. In our case, we were pretty lucky that we've managed, thanks to the whole exome sequencing, to find out about 6 weeks later that she has PAX2. And like I think that people they take time to grieve. Some do it like very quickly. Some take years, some months. But we basically at the same time were grieving. And I remember the time that together with my wife, we're not basically talking to each other for the first 24 hours because we didn't know like what to do with the situation. But at the same time, we always had this entrepreneurial spirit. So we decided to act straight away. And today, when I reflect the things we're doing at the very beginning, in Feb last year, exactly 12 months ago, I'm a bit shocked that we're moving with such pace. So 3 days later, after we found out about the PAX2, we're already on a call with the researcher from US, that the one that was all overall like trying to understand what is the PAX2 gene overall and what is its function in the body, but also reaching out to the first patient organization, which was PAX1. Then in March, we started to kind of what I called getting our PhD from genetics. So I remember we had a call with Wendy Chang, and we were learning new words like iPSC, natural history study, biomarkers. For me, without the scientific background, that was, I don't want to say like complete magic, but like, let's say for some of the things I was hearing for the first time in my life. But then we were doing things like in April 2022, sending skin samples to Coriell without fully understanding what fibroblasts are for. So we were at the same time in the process of basically kind of, getting this PhD in brackets, what I say, and then kind of, opening and then running the foundation and trying to understand as much as we could about the PAX2 disease. Because if you, back in March 2022, February 2022, if you were to go to the Google and do the research, you would find almost nothing. A couple of publications about the cases, but almost no research happening around the disease. Then very quickly we decided to open the PAX2 Research Foundation, and I can tell you that one of the reasons we decided to do it is that we spoke with a couple of US patient organizations, including Amber here that presented at the very beginning, about the importance of setting up the research foundation and drive the treatment discovery and understanding the mechanism of action of the disease. And also, I also remember that at the point that during the summertime, I remember the time that at this time in July, already knew what is iPSC. And I'm looking at Nyan Wei and the rest of the iXCells team. I remember quite well how we were sending the blood all the way from Poland to San Diego so that we can create the iPSC line so that we can, we can proceed with further research. And now we are here today, 12 months later. And today we have a couple of assets available. We started a couple of pathways to find treatment. We are thinking about creating the humanized mouse model out of the non-humanized mouse model, and the process has already started as well. We initiated the basic research to understand PAX2 mechanism of action, and we are already thinking about the natural history study. And we've just submitted the grant application to the European Union. So we have done it, all of it we've done in just 12 months. And I think to the point that Amber was saying at the very beginning, is that caregivers, they push the boundaries, they push the limits. Being a parent with the rare disease child is giving you such amount of motivation that sometimes you can feel you can move the mountains and like literally move the mountains. And I'm not going to go through this slide in details, but I just wanted to show you a couple of things what kind of caregivers could do in the area of the rare diseases. The red line is basically the time when we have established the foundation. So you can see like the left side of the graph, there was something happening around the PAX2 syndrome, but not very much. On the right-hand side, you can see like most of the things that were initiated, finished, or basically they're about to start because of the work we are doing as the research foundation, and because of this power coming out from the caregivers and people around us. And before kind of, when I was preparing myself to this presentation, I was like thinking like what I have learned in the last 12 months, or should I say in the first 12 months of running the research foundation all the way from Poland. And I have a couple of things to kind of share with you as the inspiration. So I really do believe that knowledge sharing among caregiver-driven research foundations, like the one from Amber, Michelle, Taruna, is the key. So the more we cooperate with each other, the faster we move. Second thing is that we are living in a global village. You can basically run projects from anywhere you want. It could be Poland, it could be US, it could be Chile. I mean, basically any country you can think of, as long as you have good internet connection. The third thing is that crowdfunding is key. It's not easy, but it's key. But even with 50K, you can speed up timelines by months at the very beginning to, for example, start working on your assets. Then the fourth one is that, from my point of view, and basically after 12 months, I see it like more. I see it stronger. Is that you can run research foundation without scientific background. So we decided to build a plane as you fly, and the motivation and determination from the caregiver and from parents is the key. However, like joking a little bit, you should kind of make sure that you get this scientific board sooner than later, so that you have people with actual PhD advising you and basically helping you to guide through the, through the journey. And we are lucky to have amazing scientific board and amazing advisors that are helping us to understand the details of the scientific world every day, basically. And we call them evenings, weekends. They are there for us to help us advance the whole development of the treatment for the PAX2 disease. Then I think that the connecting scientific world with caregiver-driven research foundation is key so that we create a critical mass for the rare disease community. And last but not least, one of the things I keep saying to right now other research foundations that are reaching out to us to get some motivation, to get some inspiration. What I used to say is that first thing you gotta do, you have to get your assets reagent as soon as possible, and don't waste time. And one of the interesting and funny story I can share with you is that, like, yes, you can ship blood via FedEx all the way from Poland to San Diego to iXCells to generate these iPSCs. Sometimes you gotta ship it twice because unfortunately parcels do get stuck on the customs and anywhere in the world, but you shouldn't give up. And then sometimes the mouse model are closer than you expect. So I wanted to tell you an interesting story that I'm coming from Poland. And then we found out at some point that the mouse model for the PAX2, the non-humanized one, was actually created in Czech Republic. And to give you the idea from the geographic point of view, Czech Republic has the border with Poland. So basically the mouse model was out there being created kind of some time ago, a couple of hundred kilometers away from our hometown. And with that, I also wanted to tell you big thanks for kind of inviting us here, and also to allowing me to join your Rare Disease Day and to share a couple of best practices all the way from Europe, and to tell you that like we're really inspired by what is happening in the US and the movement around the rare diseases in the rare disease community. And whenever I'm bringing the examples from US organization, from US companies, all the way to Poland, all the way to Europe, to also create a movement as well in Poland and in the rest of the Europe. So thank you again for having me here, and I guess I will pass the voice to the next presenter.
Okay, we'll move on to now Jackie Skinner Foster, Executive Director of for Hope for Harvey. And Jackie will talk to us about a family's journey to a cure. Jackie?
Yes, thank you. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
So I am Jackie Skinner Foster. I'm president of the Hope for Harvey Foundation. And I just want to say thank you to Neonway and to the team at iXCells for inviting us and including us in this event, for having this event to share awareness about the journey our families go through and the tough path to finding a treatment. And also just for the work that you're doing in the lab. We were fortunate to work with iXCells on Harvey's patient-derived iPSC line, and we are so grateful for all the work that they did for us and hope to collaborate with them again in the future. So you can go ahead and go to the next slide, and I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about Harvey's journey and to a diagnosis, and then why we decided to form the Hope for Harvey Foundation and what our mission is with the Hope for Harvey Foundation. So this is Harvey. He is my little boy, so I am the executive director, but I'm also mom to Harvey. And Harvey, of course, was born in March 2020, right at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we were living in Seattle, Washington, of all places, and he was born 3 days before the first lockdown. And so our journey was probably colored some by the COVID-19 pandemic and what was going on. But to be honest, I had a pretty uneventful pregnancy. He was born on his due date with a planned C-section after I'd had an emergency with my older daughter. And in general, other than some mild jaundice, there were no significant concerns. He was breastfeeding at birth, shortly after, and they were like at 36 hours, just, hey, get out of the hospital. You're healthy, you have a healthy little child, you don't want to be here and get sick. So that's what we did. And we took home what we thought was a healthy little boy. And we honestly felt so grateful given the circumstances of the world at that point in time. And we did what most people did at that point in time. It just kind of hunkered down for the next several months. And there wasn't anything glaringly concerning from birth, things that wouldn't have been alarming. Yes, Harvey had some congenital strabismus, so some eye crossing, but that's not super uncommon. He had that reflexor grab when he was a newborn. So nothing that we were super concerned about. But as development progressed, Harvey wasn't crawling, he wasn't rolling over. We were still struggling with things like tummy time and head control and screaming. And my background, I'm an educational psychologist, and I've worked with individuals with disabilities for the past 20 years or so. Haven't worked with the infant population, but based off of what I know about development and having an older child, I knew that these were not typical concerns. And so I reached out to our pediatrician when Harvey was 8 months old. And we've had really fantastic providers. And I know a lot of diagnostic journeys, unfortunately, are kind of hindered by providers that maybe aren't listening to parents and don't see the concerns. And we were very fortunate that we did not experience that. And without even seeing Harvey, our pediatrician immediately referred us to the Children's Hospital in Seattle. And when they spoke to me and learned about our presenting concerns, they deemed Harvey an emergency case. At that time, they really did not want unhealthy individuals in the hospital, so they were only really seeing emergency cases. And at this point, now it's December 2020. It's 2 days before Christmas. And we're sitting in a very empty hospital and seeing our first neurology appointment. And really, my concern and the neurologist's concern at that point in time was whether Harvey perhaps had some form of cerebral palsy. He had some asymmetry going on, and I was worried that he had suffered some kind of perinatal stroke. I've worked with individuals like that in the past, and so that was our first concern. And I had brought along my microarray testing I had done while I was pregnant that showed no significant results. So we really did not think that the presenting concerns would lead us back to a genetic disorder at that point in time. And I said, here's a fun caveat. We are about to move across the country back to Austin, Texas in the next few weeks. Is there any way we can get this testing done and before we leave? And they're like, we can certainly do some of this diagnostic testing. So we went in early January 2021 and had the brain MRI and some initial blood work done. And there were no significant findings, really. He did have some very mild delayed myelination on his brain MRI, but nothing that anyone was super concerned about. And so again, we felt like, you know what, maybe this is just a blimp. Like, we're just going to be super fortunate and we're going to look back on this. Really no idea what was ahead of us at that point in time. So I said, is there a way for us to go ahead and make a referral to neurology at the Children's Hospital in Austin? And they said, unfortunately, you can't make state-to-state referrals, which is another kind of systemic problem that we have in our systems. And so they're like, you're going to have to go and reestablish care with a pediatrician in Austin who would then make a referral to neurology. And typically wait lists for neurology are about a year long. So that's what we had ahead of us as we were moving back to Austin. And I was very fortunate. One of my girlfriends is actually a neuroscientist at the University of Texas here in Austin. And she works closely with the medical school neurology department. And she reached out to the neurology department. And when they heard our story and our concerns, one of the neurologists took a research day to come into the clinic and see Harvey. So we were very fortunate, and we've just always had a team of people who continue to step up for us. And so we waited our 2-week quarantine and went in, and he reviewed that brain MRI and, was like, this is a beautiful brain. Everything's intact. I'm not concerned. He's like, but let's order some more blood work and start and do another microarray. So that was our first round of genetic testing, ultimately more insignificant results, and led us to whole exome sequencing. And we unfortunately did not get those results until Harvey was almost 18 months old. So we knew we had an appointment coming up in August of 2021 at this point, and I hadn't received the results still, and it had been quite a time. And I called the neurologist's office and they said, oh, we do have the results. She's going to share it with you at your next appointment. And I thought, well, if there was anything significant, they surely would have called me. And then, of course, Harvey had a little cold, so we had to do our visit virtually. And we have a wonderful neurologist. After that initial referral, they sent us on to see a neurologist who focuses in autism and does believe that there's a direct link between these ultra-rare genetic disorders and autism. And she shares with me on our virtual appointment that Harvey actually did come back with significant results on his whole exome sequencing, and he was diagnosed with DLG4-related synaptopathy. And DLG4-related synaptopathy is a monogenetic, neurologically based disorder. It affects the coding of PSD95. It's a postsynaptic connection. And she was explaining this to me, that her understanding of the very limited literature on this disorder, as the first paper that had only been published truly on DLG4 had been in April of 2021. So Harvey's results came out, were finished in July, just a few months later, and we're honestly very fortunate that he wasn't a variant of unknown significance. And so she didn't have very much information to go off of. At that point in time, there were about 45 cases in the world. Harvey was now one of 2 with his specific single point missense mutation on the tail end of the DLG4 gene. But she noted that his symptoms did appear to match up with the profile of this, most of them being de novo mutations, so random mutations. And she explained that he's not producing what she thought enough of this protein. And I said, well, there's got to be a drug or something we can give my son to make this protein. I mean, that just seems logical to me. And she said, I'm really sorry, but there's nothing that I'm aware of that could help your son. And really had no resources for us, didn't refer us to NORDS or Global Genes. She did refer us to Simon Searchlight and referred us on to genetic counseling, which took another 8 months to get into. And so unfortunately, I think a lot of families in this situation, they're just not given a lot of resources because our local hospitals don't have a lot of resources. And we live in a somewhat major city, and we still don't have those resources. So I was like, but I just, I've been hearing about CRISPR and these genetic eye disorders that are being treated. Like, clearly there must be something out there. So I decided to do some of my own research. And if you start Googling treatments for genetic disorders, you're not going to find much that's very helpful. You'll find some random papers, and the literature is going to be not understandable to most people. I have a graduate degree, and I can't understand most of it. And so I started thinking about my personal network, and I remembered I had a girlfriend from college who had gone on to get her PhD in genetics at the University of Chicago. So I reached out to her, and she told us to talk to In Lorem and Tim Yu. And so that's what I did. And now it's December of 2021. And I know Tim is speaking, and I just have to say that Tim Yu and his team, they're just so wonderful. Not only are they brilliant, but they are kind and caring and responsive. And not very many researchers will actually share their contact information online, let alone respond to parents. But Tim responded, and he said, unfortunately, I don't know anything about DLG4, but from what I can glean, I don't think an ASO approach is going to work, and I'm so sorry. And I don't know if it was because Tim responded or if it was because I wasn't getting responses from the other hundreds of researchers that I was emailing and calling, but I just kind of kept pestering him. And the ULab, they kept responding, and they have been wonderfully consultative and helpful to us throughout this process, and I'm just so grateful to them. And I also started to reach out to other rare disease parents that I knew were in our community. And I have a mom in my neighborhood who has a little boy with Angelman's and who's very involved in FAST. And she's been an amazing resource as well. And she referred me to Casey McPherson and to Everloom Bio. And also, Combined Brain. And Casey McPherson is just an amazing rare disease dad and the work that he's doing. And I quickly started to learn about everything he was trying to do with Everloom Bio. And I started reaching out to the other foundations that were a part of Combined Brain, especially the synaptopathies, and I was asking, what's out there? Maybe a treatment that's going to work for your kids, or what path are you taking could work for my son and for our disorder? And these families and patient advocacy leaders, they are so overwhelmed, and yet they continue to show up and make time for other parents like me and to answer our questions. And they've really, truly been my best resource through this process. So we get some information about a path that we could potentially take towards an ASO treatment for our son. And, I have been going kind of to the DLG4 community and expressing, let's all get together and really go after our treatment. And maybe we're a little bit more overzealous and wanted to move faster. And we really decided at a certain point that we should go ahead and form our own foundation. And so last May, we formed the Hope for Harvey Foundation. Our little boy has made very little progress since he was that 8-month little baby. Harvey has a more extreme expression of a neurological disorder. Harvey has no form of communication. He really just screams at us in frustration. He can't point at pictures. AAC devices have not been helpful. He doesn't know how to sign, and we've signed with him since he was 6 months. He has no independent mobility. He can be placed in a gait trainer and move around our home in that now, but he can't physically get into that gait trainer. He has no functional hand use. He can't self-feed, can't pick up the food in front of him. He can't pick up objects, and he's most likely severely cognitively impaired. And has significant GI and sleep issues. And we just started to realize that if we didn't do something, nothing was going to be done in a time frame that mattered for Harvey or for children like him. Given that we had a very newly identified disorder being identified only in April of 2021, we needed to do something. And so our mission at Hope for Harvey has been to focus purely on translational medicine. And so we are working on creating our assets, iPSC lines, and iXCells was wonderful in helping us create that patient-derived line. And then we will drive neurons out of that and focus on ASOs, a repurposed drug screen, and potentially an AAV project with an Israeli researcher that I met at a conference recently who's interested in working on DLG4. But we are staying very kind of narrow focused on what are the steps to creating a treatment for our loved ones, because there's only so much time. And I knew that if I did nothing, I would regret it. And even if I did something and I failed, I could live with myself. But I see the successes of so many of the other foundations who have come before us and what they're achieving. And I truly do have hope that with labs like iXCells, like Everloom Bio, who are making these steps achievable in terms of cost and timelines, that we can truly do this and we can find treatments for our loved ones. And we will start with Harvey and DLG4. And I hope long-term as a foundation, we are able to help other rare genetic disorders find a path to treatment. So thank you so much for hearing our story, for sharing these stories. And we just look forward to the year to come and to hearing the outcomes of everyone's journey towards a treatment. So thank you.
We're going to push forward to the next speaker, Stephanie Teleska, co-founder of KCNC1 Foundation, who's going to talk to us about building a brighter future. Stephanie, please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I did have a slideshow, but I think I'm just going to speak with you. I think it will be better this way. So thank you so much for inviting me to speak today and to have me share my story. And, you know, I don't think my story is going to be much different than a lot of the families that you've already heard speak. I think one thing that is maybe a little bit different from my side is that before, you know, the rare disease world threw itself into my personal life by affecting my daughter, I entered the rare disease space in 2011 as a graduate student at Sarah Lawrence College in their human genetics program. So I graduated in 2013 as a genetic counselor, and soon after that became board certified and entered my career in the rare disease world by helping and supporting families through their rare diagnosis journey, understanding the testing options, what results meant, and how this impacts both themselves and their families. I now work in a prenatal genetic clinic at Mount Sinai Hospital in Toronto. It's Canada's leading prenatal center, and you know, I see the rarest of the rare pregnancies. You know, we see things that most people don't even know can happen during pregnancy, and walking patients through some really difficult times. So, you know, with my experience in my work, I think really doubted whether or not I should take the step of starting my own family. I'm not really a risk taker, so the thought of entering pregnancy and having a child when I knew there was so much out of our control made me very nervous. But, you know, we tell our patients 97% of pregnancies result in a typical baby. That, you know, the very unremarkable pregnancies, very unremarkable births, and they go on to have a very typical life. And so I thought, okay, I'll do whatever I can to help reduce that risk. And, you know, my husband and I were on the same page, and we said we would, you know, do carrier screening and do all the tests in pregnancy. And so we started our journey as parents. So this was, our daughter was born in February 27th, 2021. So she just turned 2 yesterday. And, you know, I think nothing could have prepared us for the journey that we're on. And I think a lot of the other parents can, you know, agree with me when I say that. During my pregnancy, because I work at this high-risk center, I had the privilege of receiving some of the best prenatal care. I got, you know, ultrasounds every few weeks by our leading maternal fetal medicine specialist. I was able to get 3D ultrasounds, extra scans of the baby's heart and brain, and everything was looking good. But I had a feeling that something wasn't quite right. I just couldn't shake it, and I just thought, well, you know, it's the field I work in. Of course, I'm feeling anxious. I see the rarest of the rare. But soon after I gave birth, I realized things weren't quite right. And having only, you know, not being a mom and not having anything to compare it to, I wasn't really sure what was going on. And I think the back of my mind, I had a sense that things were not looking quite right, just from my work experience. But you know, we saw that instead of you know, baby cuddles in the 4th trimester and learning what it was like to be a mom and learning who this baby was that I just grew for the past 9 months, we were struggling with feeding. There was relentless crying, back arching. We saw pediatricians. We were on medication for reflux. We went to the ER. We had EEGs, EKGs, brain ultrasounds, referrals for brain MRIs, ophthalmology. And, you know, throughout all of our visits and meeting with different specialists, we were told that our daughter had roving eye movements, nystagmus, that she had hypotonia, and, you know, she really wasn't where she should be at the very young age at 7 weeks. We were told she had neural irritability, and, you know, with all of these words being thrown around, my anxiety kept spiking because I knew that this just couldn't be a phase, that this was just something she would grow out of and everything would be fine. I just knew deep down there was something going on that connected all of these symptoms that she was experiencing. And at about 6 months old, after a very frantic visit to the ER for episodes of neuroirritability that I was unable to control at home, she received whole genome sequencing, and at 9 months we got the diagnosis of a KCNC1 related disorder. And as much as the diagnosis was earth-shattering for my husband and I felt that there was a glimmer of hope, because from having a diagnosis, we were hoping that we would have a better understanding of where this would bring us and in the future, and just learning about what the community was doing and hopefully seeing a path forward for treatment. Unfortunately, after getting the diagnosis, I did a lot of Googling, and there wasn't really anything. There were no support groups. There wasn't really any research being done for the condition. So that really set us back. The geneticists that we met with did not have a lot of information and really shared with us what KCNC1 has been most typically associated with, which is a progressive myoclonic epilepsy. But her phenotype did not fit what the progressive myoclonic epilepsy phenotype was. So, you know, there wasn't a lot of guidance at that point. So shortly after getting her diagnosis, we sat down, and my husband and I were talking, and I said, you know, we know what is happening, and I think we can at least push research forward. And this is, you know, I think what really gets me through the day is knowing that by funding research, we can fund our daughter a cure. KCNC1 is a potassium channel disorder. It codes for the Kv3.1 channel, and it's a voltage-gated channel. It's predominantly expressed inhibitory GABAergic interneurons and the cerebellar neurons. So it's only been recently associated with different phenotypes. So it's also associated with a developmental and epileptic encephalopathy, as well as isolated intellectual disability. But it also has links to Fragile X syndrome, age-related hearing loss, and schizophrenia. So although there isn't a lot about the gene, there seems to be a lot of interest in controlling the KP3 channel. So that, again, gives us a lot of hope for our daughter. And, you know, with my daughter's variant, she is one of two. And although she doesn't quite fit what we know about the condition, what it does for her is that, you know, it means that even though she's two, she does not sit independently. She does not push to 4-point. She does not crawl. She does not self-feed or use her hands functionally. She does not see typically or respond to visual cues like you would expect. She does not stand with assistance. She does not play with her toys, and has very severe cognitive impairment. She doesn't understand much of what we say. She does not have a way of communicating with us. She doesn't respond to her name. We don't really know if she understands her name. So it is really devastating for us as parents to be with her. And we know that she is more than her diagnosis, but this diagnosis is dominating all aspects of her life and our life as well. So what we plan, or what we are doing with the KCMC1 Foundation, which is we were able to establish just over, I guess, less than a year ago, was we were able to partner with the Rare Village in the US. Sorry, I guess I'm in Canada, just to make sure if I made that clear. But we are under their 501c3, so it's a registered charity in the US. And we have a mouse model pending from UAB. We were able to get a functional study done for my daughter's variant to learn how it's impacting the channel. We're organizing a patient registry with RareX. We've connected with Lara. That's been fantastic in helping us navigate all of this rare disease space, working with everyone in iXCells to set up her IPSCs. We've started a drug repurposing project with Metreon in the UK, and we've started a support group for all of our for families affected by KCNC1 variants. And we've learned that different variants cause very different distinct phenotypes, which I think will be very helpful in understanding the treatment modalities for all of these patients. And I think, a really common theme amongst all of the speakers this morning is that, us as parents, we are doing everything we can to help our children, and we all have a lot of hope that there will be a treatment to at least ease some of the struggles that this condition puts on them. And, I think with the help of iXCells and all of these other CROs that are out there, we're able to get this done in an efficient manner, in a timely manner that will actually give all of our children a chance at a brighter tomorrow. So thank you all for your work and everything that you guys are doing. I don't think any of us would be able to be this far along in our journey to cure our child or to treat our child without all of your support. So thank you.
So we're a little bit behind the schedule, but we still have about 10 minutes for Q&A. Is any questions so far for a family foundation or any of our attendees? I do have a question for Piotr. Piotr, are you still here?
Yep, I'm still here with you. Can you hear me?
Okay, good. I saw you. It's amazing to see your timeline from diagnosis to come up with a whole solution. I found that you starting from the first seizure to diagnosis only took you 1 month. So by average, people usually would take several years. Based on the data, it would be 6 to 7 years to get a diagnosis results. Can you share your experience to the families? How do you find out your resource to find out your daughter's mutations?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I mean, I think that there's newborn screening, obviously, for different diseases. And what is, for example, happening right now in Poland is that we have, let's say, bottom-up community driving the awareness of this whole exome sequencing. And because if you look at the last couple of years, the average cost to perform the whole exome sequencing went down dramatically, and it's affordable for like normal average families at some point. And we have this kind of big movement that is also driven by the patient foundations, not the research foundation, but overall the patient foundations, about driving awareness also from the parents' perspective. Because it's crucial to raise the awareness among the HCPs, but it's also crucial to raise awareness among the patients, among the parents, so that we push from the parent perspective to find the diagnosis. Like the one should never give up, and the patient should be seeking the answer to the reason for the disease, using all possibilities. Sorry for that, all possibilities. And I really hope that in a couple of years from now, the whole exome sequencing will become the standard of care worldwide, in US, in Germany, in Poland. So instead of doing multiple tests for the SMA, for Duchenne, for mucoviscidosis, and any other genetic disorders, we're gonna have newborns with the whole exome sequencing, getting the diagnosis straight away before the first symptoms, and buying ourselves a lot of time to move the needle around to the potential development of the diseases. So I think that the key is to not only raise awareness among the HCPs about the things like whole exome sequencing, but also among the families, among the patients, so that they also push the whole healthcare system to find for the reason for the disease.
Thank you for your answer. I think that's really helpful. I hope the United States have the similar organization like Poland. I have another question for Amber. I'm not sure whether Amber is still here. She probably is busy.
I'm here.
You're here. Okay. So I have a question for you because I know you are running a big organization as our C61A Connect. I attended your symposium last year. I think that's amazing. So, and I know you are collaborating with multiple research organizations of biotech, and you're trying multiple different modalities, including repurposing small molecules, iXCells, and gene therapy. So I just curious because there's a lot of patients when they first found out their diagnosis, they don't know what's the clue to go with. To start with, there's so many different things. It's very overwhelmed, pretty overwhelmed to the parents. Do you want to share your experience, how you leverage all these resources, how to prioritize your drug development? Yeah, I just curious.
Yeah, we took a different approach, I think, than most nonprofits do. We decided on the goal, which was a novel translational therapy to change our children's DNA or RNA to relieve their symptoms. And we recruited the people we wanted to do that for us. With that in mind, wrote some grants, started down that translational approach, and with the full knowledge we were going to need to organically backfill questions and along the way. So the basic science, the natural history study, our registration, our registries, everything has kind of been done with that end goal in mind, and having that myopic focus has been super, super helpful to us. Everything that has come along the way was actually discovered trying to reach our goal of gene therapy. Our repurposed drug is really a crazy story. During the worst of COVID, when mouse colonies were dying and nothing was happening anywhere, the one thing we could do is test a couple of our best guess drugs on mice. That required very little manpower. So we made some very educated guesses, and by gone it, we were right on one. And that's how that came about. I don't think that's typical. I think it's hard when you're trying to decide between multiple paths. And a lot of it's determined by just the biology of your disease and what's known. Personally, I thought I have this one shot to do what I want to do for my son, and I am going to take it. And if that doesn't work, then we can go down all of these different pathways and just come to terms with that our pathway to a cure is going to be a decade or 2 decades long.
All right. So session number 2 is going to focus on speakers from academia, industry, and nonprofit organizations. To start us off, Dr. Tim Yu will start. Tim is a physician scientist at Boston Children's Hospital, and he's going to talk to us today about gene-targeted therapies for the long tail or orphan diseases. Okay, Tim, are you with us?
I am, Wayne. Thank you so much for having me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yunwei and Wayne, I would like to thank you for hosting this event in honor of Rare Disease Day and for bringing some of my favorite people together. Hello to many familiar faces, and glad to have the chance to spend this time with you. I'm going to provide a brief overview of what I think are really exciting opportunities in the rare disease space. This is an area that's seen tremendous change over the last 5 years, and all of you are a part of it. This will hopefully be a helpful overview, although I suspect that that much of the details for what I'm going to share are at least somewhat familiar to many of you in the audience, but I hope that it will provide a framework for some of the questions and discussion that might ensue. So my talk is the gene-targeted therapies for the long tail of orphan disease. And just by way of background, where this is coming from, I'm a neurologist and geneticist at Boston Children's Hospital. I have the privilege of working with a really wonderful, dedicated team of some 20 people, researchers, clinicians, MDs, MD PhDs, and PhDs, and research assistants in our group who've been dedicated to this really new space of genomic medicine for the last 5 years. And the question that drives us, I always show this slide, is that many of you who've joined this meeting recognize that the diagnostic odyssey is just the beginning. And once a diagnosis is achieved, we are faced with the fact that now the question is, now what? And we all recognize that despite how incredibly important it is to now know the names of our children's conditions, that treatments for these conditions currently remain too scarce. Luckily, we're all motivated to actually span this gap. The fact that there are only 500 current rare genetic diseases that for which there exists some sort of therapy. We're motivated to span this gap, and that there is progress being made. There's a growing wave of genetically targeted therapies, gene therapies, mRNA therapies, antisense oligonucleotides. Someday down the road will be coming CRISPR editing and other siRNA-based technologies, etc. The question is, when will it come for us? We have been working, as many of you know, with one of these modalities as an exemplar for how we hope that progress in this field can be accelerated. We've been working with antisense oligonucleotides now for the last 5.5, 6 years. And by way of scientific background, again, covering material that's well familiar to many of you, these are short snippets of synthetic DNA or RNA that have been worked on for some 3 decades. And over those 3 decades, multitudes of folks, including many critical figures like shown in the bottom right here, have demonstrated that these can be quite effective drugs, first in cell models, then in animal models, and now increasingly in patients. Generations of chemistry have been applied to modify these synthetic DNAs and RNAs to give them good drug properties, such that they are now currently simple to manufacture, relatively easy to deliver, at least in to certain organs. And these ASOs, for short, can be used to bind to different genetic targets to alter patterns of gene splicing or target certain RNAs for destruction. And in many cases, those are very, very useful tricks for designing a therapeutic strategy for your disease. The exemplar case that many in the field have been following now for many years is the use of an ASO for spinal muscular atrophy. This was demonstrated through really heroic work, beginning with Yimin Hua, Adrian Craner, extending out to Frank Rigo, Frank Bennett, and many folks at Ionis, and many talented clinicians who showed that an 18 nucleotide synthetic RNA, an ASO, dissolved in artificial CSF, could be given to infants with spinal muscular atrophy by spinal tap 3 times per year. And it could be used to take advantage of the fact that patients with spinal muscular atrophy have a backup gene called SMN2 that can be targeted with this type of drug, and that backup gene could be refurbished and induced to work again. This is an evolutionarily inactivated copy of a gene which is luckily present in all of us, but using an ASO, one could change the splicing pattern of this gene and render this previously inactive gene active again. And this clinical trick has had wonderful benefits for patients who are with spinal muscular atrophy. This early effort has really spawned a wide host of many additional promising ASO drugs that are some approved and many in trial now underway. And among those that are FDA approved are ASOs for spinal muscular atrophy, TTR amyloidosis, familial hyperchylomicronemia syndrome, and there are many other ASOs that are in various stages of trial for ALS, Huntington disease, Angelman syndrome, Dravet syndrome, inherited retinal disorders, and more. Now, many of us are here because of an interest in mutation-specific genetic therapies. And to highlight what's different about these sorts of therapeutic approaches, I've mentioned that Spinraza or nusinersen, the drug for SMA, targets an evolutionarily acquired mutation that's found in all patients with SMA. But unfortunately, this situation is actually the exception, not the rule. What happens if the target mutation is only found in some individuals with the disease, or perhaps even only in a single patient or a very few number of patients? How do you test it? How do you develop it? How do you tell if it works? And what is the proper way to regulate this type of activity? These are questions that used to be theoretical, but we had the opportunity to actually put some of these questions to the test. Back in 2017, many of you know, we met a young girl named Mila, and through a series of fortuitous events, worked hard with a collaborative team to develop an individualized ASO for her specific mutation, for her specific ultra-rare genetic disease. And she had been diagnosed with something called Batten disease, an ultra-rare condition that impairs the ability of the body to clear cellular waste. This seemingly subtle impairment leads tragically to progressive neuronal cell death in the brain. and it leads to children developing progressive vision loss, ataxia or incoordination, cognitive regression, and is ultimately fatal by around age 11 in children who manifest this condition. And as this unusual case proceeded, we became connected to this family and discovered that she had an unusual genetic mutation. Her normal CLN7 gene is shown on the top. Her CLN7 gene is shown on the bottom. A whole genome sequencing that we performed showed that she had had an unusual mutation, a misplaced segment of genetic code in the middle of this gene that created a new splice site. And this unusual mutation created for us an opportunity to design an antisense oligonucleotide expressly to correct it. This was a strategy that hadn't really been contemplated before, the idea of doing this type of mutation-specific therapy for a specific individual. And it was necessary because at the time there was no available, say, simple gene replacement therapy for CLN7 Batten disease. Thankfully, in the years since, such a gene replacement strategy had been developed. But as we know, those types of efforts take a long time. So at the time when we met our patient in 2017, this was the only option available, and we pursued it. We designed an ASO to correct this using computational algorithms to target our sequence to the area of Mila's genome where missplicing was occurring. We performed a drug screen using our patient's cells, and were able to find drugs that were able to restore splicing patterns from the mutant splicing pattern back towards the normal splicing pattern. And we were able to show that application of this drug to her cells, at least in a dish, made them significantly healthier. Shown in red were the abnormal cellular wastes that were accumulating in the cytoplasm of her cells in the absence of treatment. And shown in green are what happened when we treated her cells with this ASO drug. Just at 24 to 48 hours of treatment made these unusual white bubbles that are normally representing the accumulation of wastes. We saw those bubbles disappear and really convincing us that this treatment showed strong, plausible proof of concept. And with evidence like this, we were able to work collaboratively with the FDA to orchestrate accelerated manufacturing and safety tests and complete those in a matter of short 3 months, and then administer this drug with some clinical impact and improvement on quality of life for almost 3 years. This effort really has opened up a new realm of possibilities for orphan conditions, for conditions even as rare as one. And it's led to a draft FDA guidances released now amazingly 2 years ago from the FDA, giving guidelines for how the FDA is willing to accept submissions of antisense oligonucleotide drug products for these types of severely debilitating or life-threatening conditions, even when there's only as few as a single patient. And it has paved the path towards many other case examples that are gradually working their way through the system. We ourselves have talked publicly about a young infant who was accidentally diagnosed with a condition called ataxia telangiectasia at birth. She actually had an abnormal newborn screen that indicated a concern for a potential immunodeficiency. But it turned out that that was a false positive. She did not have immunodeficiency. Instead, she had, arguably, however, a worse problem, a neurodegenerative condition that leads to progressive loss of coordination and leads to children being wheelchair requiring by age 10, and unfortunately unable to control their eye movements, their swallowing, and protect their airways. It's a very tragic condition that is fatal by young adulthood. And while there were no available treatments for this young infant that were in the pipeline, we recognized an opportunity to intervene because one of her mutations created a new splice site, just like the mutation in our Batten patient had created a new splice site. And we were able to use the same approach to design an ASO to block this missplicing, and then to advance an experimental ASO for her and begin treating her by age 2. This trial, which we are actually just beginning to report, we have a manuscript that in submission describing this, has given us 3 years of optimism to date. Today at age 5, our patient's doing quite well. She's doing quite stable on clinical rating scales. Her brain volumes have been approximately stable. There's often significant degeneration in this condition. And while her cerebellum is slightly smaller than normal, it does appear to be on the mild end of this condition. And various biomarkers also give promise that this early intervention might be working. I'll also note that this individual patient trial began as an individual patient trial, now has the prospect to expand. We've identified a second patient with the same mutation, the same condition, and actually coincidentally the same age. This patient was in Germany. We started treatment in Boston, but now we've gotten permission to return her back home to Europe, where she continues in the experimental trial at a distance. And we've got our sights set on several additional patients with the same mutation in various parts of the world that we are also trying to expand our experimental trial to. Here's just another case example of a third case. This is a 5-year-old with vision loss and pain insensitivity. She has a genetic condition that has a name that only neurologists would love. It's called posterior column ataxia with retinitis pigmentosa. Even I have trouble saying it. The key features of this condition are that it causes vision problems. That's the retinitis pigmentosa. It causes problems with sensation. That's the sensory neuropathy. And it causes ataxia or incoordination. And it's caused by mutations in a gene called FLVCR1. And the critical factor is that the children with this condition, they have sensory problems that make it difficult for them to feel pain. And in fact, it actually leads to a lot of inadvertent self-injury because they don't realize that they're hurting themselves at a young age. Eventually, however, they learn to manage that and they learn how to protect themselves. However, then the later phase of the condition is really the main concern is the progressive vision loss that they experience. Our patient here has had progressive restriction of her ability to see. She's losing her peripheral vision and her central vision is getting fuzzy. And so we have been working to try to develop a treatment for her. It turns out that her traditional clinical genetic workup was inconclusive, but whole genome sequencing revealed that she had mutations in FLVCR1 that included one very complicated mutation, the second one, insertion of a 3 kilobase mobile DNA element, that had, in essence, the same missplicing consequence as I've already described for the previous 2 patients. And Bo Zhao in my laboratory was able to demonstrate that this could also be corrected with a splice-blocking antisense oligonucleotide, a patient-customized ASO. And in discussion with the family, with her clinician, and with regulatory authorities, we considered the fact that with her progressive loss of vision, the fact that ASO dosing to the eye is actually relatively well established. We posed the questions of whether or not treatment could slow progression of her vision loss and improve her quality of life with reasonable clinical risks, and obtained agreement from all parties, importantly, first and foremost, her family, as well as her clinicians, Dr. Austin Larson and Emily McCourt, and the FDA. And working in concert with the N-Lorem Foundation, we've completed manufacturing and safety studies and hope to be filing an IND to submit this trial for consideration to the FDA very, very soon. So these are just a couple of case examples that I've highlighted in these slides, but there are several others, that, some of which are published already. From our initial report of intervention for a patient with Batten disease in 2019, there have also followed similar efforts, including one from Columbia and Neil Schneider's group, with an antisense oligonucleotide for a patient with ALS. And an additional remarkable effort from Bob Brown and Jonathan Watts at the RNA Therapeutics Institute, where they also designed an antisense oligonucleotide for a different genetic form of ALS that has been showing very, very promising results. And this type of effort, it's been very gratifying to see, is just indicative of just the amount of activity in this space. And folks in this audience know very well, and at iXCells know very well, how much interest there is in this space to develop these types of orphan therapeutics. I'd like to acknowledge that the work that we started with Melissa has really been taken up by many parties. This began, I would say, first with the Oligotherapeutic Society, which assembled a rare disease task force in April of 2020. And put together a first scientific briefing document representing scientific best practices for this early type of work. And growing from the Oligotherapeutic Society, there's now a pretty remarkable ecosystem, which has materialized now in the last 5 years. And just some of those parties are shown here, from the FDA, which continues to engage in this with frequent conversations, draft guidance releases. They've really taken to this area and have been very supportive of this area. The Oligotherapeutic Society. I've also mentioned the NLORM Foundation, a nonprofit started by Ionis. Many academic institutions, including governmental, NINDS and NCATS, our hospital, UMass Medical School, University of Leiden and the Dutch Center for RNA Therapeutics, various ethics groups, including the Center for Bioethics at Harvard Medical School and NYU. And then gratifyingly as well, we are seeing companies also stepping up to help patients in this space, including iXCells, as well as companies like Crayon Bio, Perlara, La Jolla Labs, and Everyone Medicine. We ourselves have formed coalitions of academics and investigators, like the N of One Collaborative in the United States, and the One Mutation, One Medicine group in Europe, and have been gratified to have received the support of foundations like the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative to help catalyze conversations here. I'd like to close by just one cautionary comment that as we've seen this space really explode, it's fair to say that caution is still required. And I'm trying to advance, but for some reason, there we go. That this is a space for which hazards still remain to be navigated. There are still many unknown unknowns. And so we have to be careful to keep in mind that, that there's still much to be learned about these technologies, and that when we choose to deploy them and to advance any one of these drugs into trials for any of the children that we care for, that we're always carefully weighing the disease risks against these potential and sometimes as yet unknown hazards of this type of treatment chemistry. And by way of example, a particular study that has drawn some attention in the media that we began discussing last year and was covered in the New York Times recently is an important and sobering reminder that I'd like to highlight. And here's an example of an ASO that we developed for an infant with life-threatening epilepsy. This is a child with KCNT1 epilepsy, one of the worst epilepsies that we know. Patients with this condition have very, very early mortality. Many die as young as age 3 because they suffer dozens of seizures per day. This particular condition, early infantile migrating focal seizures of epilepsy, is caused by a mutation in a gene called KCNT1, which creates a poisonous channel that allows in much too much current and makes neurons fire uncontrollably. We had developed an antisense oligonucleotide to help quiet this gene and dosed a patient with this experimental drug on day 0, on day 30, on day 40, and on day 0, on day 28, day 48, and then shortly after on day 56. And we saw a remarkable suppression of her seizures, down from 5 to 20 per day, down to 0 for almost 50 days solid. After this 4th dose, her seizures went to 0. They stayed low, and then they gradually returned as the doses were held. And the reason that the doses were held was that at the same time that her seizures improved, we also unfortunately encountered a serious side effect in this patient, where she developed hydrocephalus, a condition also known as water on the brain, an expansion of the water fluid-containing compartments of the brain that can be quite serious, in some cases life-threatening. And that this was serious enough to actually require neurosurgical intervention for this patient. It caused us to pause the trial and talk to folks in the field to inquire whether this type of side effect had been seen before. And while it had not been previously established definitive side effect of antisense oligonucleotides, our conversations with many folks revealed that dose-dependent hydrocephalus had also been seen in a Huntington's trial conducted by Roche with an ASO made by Ionis. And this revealed to us that there are still these as yet to be determined unknowns that we may still encounter. We believe that this is a new and important potential toxicity of some high-dose ASOs that we have to watch out for. Now, luckily, we do believe that this is something which is monitorable and intervenable. For instance, in this case, where this patient had a VP shunt placed, which was able to reverse the hydrocephalus. And in this particular case, weighing the risks versus the prognosis, the FDA and our IRB have approved a dose reduction and restarting the trial with careful clinical monitoring. But it is just a very important and healthy reminder that as we push forward, that we have to keep our eyes and our ears open and collaborate to try to surface these types of potential hazards so we can avoid them as quickly as possible. So thank you so much. Let me stop there. And I want to acknowledge the many folks who have been involved in this work over the last 5 years, especially the support of many patient and family foundations in the rare disease space, shown here in the right column, as well as generous support of the CZI, groups like the Harrington Discovery Institute and the NIH and the Human Genome Research Institute. Thank you very much.
We're going to move now to the next speaker, who is Winston Yan, president of N=1 Collaborative. And Winston will talk to us about individualized medicine, or sometimes we call that precision medicine, needed for collective learning, and building an infrastructure for knowledge sharing at the N=1 Collaborative. So we have your slide on the screen now. Hello, Winston.
Hey there, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Fantastic. Great. So it's a well, one, it's a great honor to be here on Rare Disease Day. And then I think the second honor is just to be able to speak with all of the esteemed folks, both in the first session, first part of the day, as well as now getting to speak after Tim and so many other folks working in this space. Just making sure AV check, you guys can hear me and you can see the slides okay, yeah?
Yes, perfect, Winston. Yes.
I'll take that as great. So Tim really teed up the work that now we do at the N=1 Collaborative really well. And today I'm going to talk about how do we continue that process that he talked about of learning from these cases and proceeding forward with the proper rigor, but also urgency to bring these rare disease, ultra rare disease treatments to all. And so my name is Winston and I help run the N=1 Collaborative, but in the truest sense of the word, it is a collaborative where we have so many of the investigators who have joined who have actually built these N=1 treatments in our mix. We have experts in industry, we have patient advocates, patients themselves, and drug developers, and we're all working to try and build a pathway to making this more routine. So let me tell you today about, I'll set a bit more broader context, and it comes from my background as I'm a physician scientist, but my PhD was in gene editing therapeutics, and particularly in CRISPR. And I want to set the stage that this is really a unique time for us in what we call platform drug development. The way I mean platforms is that, this is the dawn of an era where drugs can be truly programmable. And what that means for the ultra rare disease space is that you're no longer, you're able to piggyback on the work that's been done to develop, billion-dollar drugs for larger populations, and then use all of that knowledge to reprogram it and develop N of few or N of one treatments for these ultra rare diseases. So here you have Spinraza. That was just a work that's I say truly epic in its impact and the precedents that it set from Ionis. That was an antisense oligonucleotide for the treatment of spinal muscular atrophy, and that was approved in 2016. That was an antisense oligo that could then be reprogrammed to become Milasen, and enable all of the work that we do today in 2018. And fundamentally, why that's important is that we're taking many of the pieces that are the same and just targeting it to a different genetically identified mutation. So this is the slide that I took from Tim in one of his early symposia, where he was describing just the similarities of nusinersen, also Spinraza, and the delivery from Milasen. What this enabled was a much quicker development route. If you look at the sequences, right, nusinersen is on top, and then Milasen is on the bottom. We're getting into the territory of thinking this is deceptively simple, right? I just go on a typewriter and type out these aspects, and suddenly you have a new drug. It's not quite like that, and I'll go through the nuances of why we need to have collective learnings and be very active in how we're evaluating these and learning from these individualized treatments. But in the case of drug development, at least having the technology that you can program like this, it's already just a big step up from where we are with small molecules or even antibodies. So what happens today is that this is a graphical explanation of what I talked about with that piggybacking on the commercially fueled drug development. So on the bottom, you have the base of the pyramid that's built through hundreds of millions of dollars spent on clinical development by biotechs, by biopharma companies, VC money being poured in, and you learn so much about the platform for these larger indications. You learn things like the distribution, the toxicity, the immunogenicity. You learn how to make it in a really safe and clean way to go into patients. So what we can do with N of few medications is build on top of that. You can reprogram that and then reevaluate it with that new target. Of course, there will be sequence-specific assays that you'll have to develop, and you'll have to figure out what meaningful clinical markers or your on-target engagement will be. But fundamentally, you're learning from that broad base that's been established through the work of industry. So this is where, again, I'm emphasizing a lot of this collaboration. It's not only amongst patients and academics, but also just we stand on the shoulder of giants and that expertise that's that deep expertise within industry. So being a gene editor, right, I look at Spinraza and I see Milasen, and Tim mentioned all of the other new antisense oligo programs that have come out. Well, there's also CRISPR that's on the horizon. And there are a number of trials that are in different organ systems with gene editing that really could enable the base of the pyramid to develop new gene editing treatments in various organ systems. So Tim mentioned this, and I thought that it is something to make sure that we are incredibly thoughtful about acknowledging that with progress comes challenges. And this was the New York Times article that he was referring to about how in the two patients, both of them for the KCNT1 epilepsy treated with the ASO, both of them had developed hydrocephalus. And this is an incredible, I feel like it's incredible to call out the poignancy and the challenge of being an investigator like Tim at this time, of running these trials, venturing into the unknown to treat patients, and then having this, I would say, an incredibly lonely space of saying, I don't have a randomized controlled trial of 10,000 patients worth of data that I can treat. I'm pushing the boundaries of medicine. And how do I infer and get information as much as I can to build the safest path forward for my patients? And so luckily he had the collaboration of folks at Roche. He had other investigators in the field to draw upon. But as a general field, the New York Times article outlined this need, that right now, so many of the scientists who are running these trials, you're not required to share information with one another, right? You can publish because it might advance your career or it's interesting to package all up, but fundamentally, you're not being able to communicate in real time and alter your clinical trials or your measurements in response to what others are seeing. And so I'll read this here because I think it is very fundamental to where we are today, that this is a new field of medicine. How do we share data and monitor so that we can learn from events and make this safer and potentially benefit future patients? This is what I will focus on today and how we're helping to support that at the N-of-1 Collaborative. So if we take a step back, right, this is summarizing the need here. Today is Rare Disease Day. We've established that it's a misnomer, right? Rare diseases might be individually rare, but collectively they're so common. But the fact that you have that heterogeneity means that expertise often falls within silos and there's not this infrastructure to communicate between them. And furthermore, for clinicians who are actively treating these patients, and particularly in using experimental treatments, you're not able to react quickly to these new developments because it's just of that heterogeneous landscape. Meanwhile, the very fact that you have these platform drugs is that you should be able to learn about their experiences as a class as you develop more individualized treatments, right? So there is the potential of learning from all of this in aggregate. So that puts up this need for the centralized system. There's a limited number of N-of-1 trials right now. We really need to have that real-time sharing so that when investigators like Tim, like John, people who move these trials forward, when they're in the trenches and trying to figure out what's best for their patients, they can access that broader database to make informed decisions. And then why we do this is that ultimately we want to make sure the drugs are safe. We're also making sure that we're learning and making the drugs more efficacious. This means not only looking at the clinical outcomes, but we can pair that with the preclinical designs to know what worked, what didn't work so well. How did activity in a Petri dish actually translate to the clinical activities? Can we just actually learn from each cycle of individualized drug development versus having redundant work that just wastes everyone's time? And ultimately, that's what's needed to fulfill our dream of going from million to millions. So many patients are waiting, right? And if we don't make this process routine, standardized, and rigorous, it will continue to be a very bespoke avenue that people pursue, and it will not be actually the standard of care for ultra-rare diseases. One thing I want to emphasize is that real-time sharing does not equal publication. And I think there's this instinct that people say, well, I'll publish, right? Why not? Isn't that how academics share? And I want to emphasize here, it's this for large N clinical trials, for maybe competitive drug development efforts. Yes, controlling the publication, it almost becomes a part of your marketing campaign of saying, hey, look at our results. It's carefully digested, and it's in some ways it's it's displayed for the world. We're talking right now about sharing the real-time data so you can make clinical decisions in the best informed way. And that doesn't mean having it all published. And I think that is far too slow to make the decisions we need in the time to affect patients. So let's talk about building that learning platform at the N-of-1 Collaborative. Some of you are familiar with it, but others, this might be the first time you've heard of it. So this is a group of investigators, patients, drug developers, clinicians, scientists. All of us are here to develop that pathway in a repeatable, rigorous, and responsible way. What we want to do is to first aggregate the best practices, the data, and then we want to share. We want to make sure that this is a place where people can come back to as both a forum that we've convened for active discussion, as well as just lasting resources that we can share with the rest of the world. The values that we hold, we have to be rigorous, we're independent, and not beholden to any, any biases, and that we are inclusive to make sure that this pathway that we develop actually ends up being the rigorous and accessible to all. So where we think about our work is across a couple of different work groups. And this is where it's not, for us, it's not sufficient just to convene people, but we actually want to build those lasting products that I mentioned. And our work spans everywhere from how do you identify patients and see whether they're amenable to these ASO or maybe in the future gene editing therapies. Does their disease pathophysiology make sense for that? How do you design preclinical or do preclinical design, which is actually designing the molecule and running the right assays for it? How can we measure the clinical outcomes that are actually meaningful to both doctors as well as you as parents and the family? And then I talked about data sharing, right? How do we go beyond the N of one and actually collaboratively share the collective learnings? And then finally, another thing that's often overlooked is how do we actually make this happen at a given institution? Because a lot of this N of one trial infrastructure and know-how is new to even the most advanced, many of the advanced academic medical centers throughout the country. So are there template forms or protocols, consent forms, IRB structures that we can provide as here are some best practices that you can riff off of for making this happen at your institution. So today I want to focus on the data coordination work group, which as I described is about how do we collectively gather and then share that information. So we thought a lot about this, and it really takes a multi-part approach. The first is that we have to build the movement. I'm speaking to you today, sharing why we're doing this, but it's something that needs a broader recognition of how data sharing is different than publication and how at this time and place, there's a renewed need for it in a more structured way than ever before. The second is we need to translate that momentum into actual building of the infrastructure. And this means figuring out how to structure a database, the protocols, to enable both that preclinical and clinical data sharing. And then the learning and the actual evaluation will come once we've populated a database with more and more N of one trials. We get to see what works, what doesn't, as well as change the structure of things to better fit our purpose. So the first thing, as I mentioned, is about building that movement. And I know some of you have already signed this of the N1C recently, we released on change.org, open letter for data sharing. And this really articulates why we think it is so critically important in ultra rare diseases to share data openly. If you have a phone or I can send the link afterwards. This is a QR code for you to read the letter, see if you agree with it, and really sign or assign your name to this broader movement. I know so many of you that you might be saying, all right, how do signatures actually translate into real action? For us, the signatures actually give us leads into institutions and academic medical centers, as well as companies, to help us say, hey, you have members of your organization who are committed to data sharing. Can we build that pre-competitive data sharing agreement between you and us to help enable that? So your signature does matter in getting from signature and the petition to actual progress. The second thing that we've talked about is what types of data do we want to share? First, if we go from bottom to up, or from the blue square to the red, we want to think about what are protocols and best practices to help us get the best data. So many of you know that, this idea of garbage in, garbage out. And if we don't collect data in the right way or with the proper rigor, it ends up being not too useful for us to analyze downstream. So establishing the tools and best practices is a critical piece of making sure that our data is valuable at the end. And then on top of that, there's preclinical data, and then there's clinical data. So here we expand a little bit more on what we mean by each of those. So at the bottom, we have these protocols that will be broadly shared for both drug development, or the preclinical assays, as well as the actual clinical evaluation. This enables that harmonization and aggregation. And then also it allows us to build tools, whether it's of data analysis or just streamlining your workflow, that we can share back with the community. On top of that, we have the drug designs themselves. And this is where it's important for us to highlight we're sharing both effective designs and ineffective designs. Wouldn't it be incredibly frustrating to use the hard-earned money that you have raised or collected on experiments that people have already tried and shown that there's a toxicity and off-target effect from a particular ASO? Wouldn't it be great if there were a database that could show us where they are, and then furthermore, where we can learn from that in the future to pick out the features of particular ASOs or whatever modality it may be that makes it more likely to work. And then finally, on top of that, we have clinical outcomes. And this is really I would say, part of the crown jewel of what we want to offer, is because these clinical outcomes really help us determine whether a treatment or not is effective. It also helps us understand the safety profiles and make that informed balance of saying, is this, what is the real benefit risk? And is this something that is worth continuing? So I'll go through a couple of use cases, and this was put together by our team at the N of 1 Collaborative. Imagine yourself in the shoes of an investigator who's running an N of 1 trial. First, what if your patient they tell you that they're feeling euphoric after receiving their third dose of an N of 1 ASO. You're thinking to yourself, was this a side effect of the anesthesia? Should I continue? Is it something that's causing some, broader, mental status changes? Does the dosing plan need to change? Do you need to order any additional tests to follow this up? These are all things that are difficult to really answer in the N of 1 setting, and having the multiple layers of either protocols or lived experiences, or even just the community to share things with, are important. Then say after the 5th dose, your patient develops leg weakness. Thankfully, it's temporary, but you think it was drug related. Well, how do you continue then, right? Is there a lower dose you want to use? Are there class effects that you need to be aware of that you can consult the N of 1 database, right? And then could you have predicted any of this before? Should you already have gone in eyes wide open to different clinical measures of safety that you needed to incorporate into your trial? And then importantly, are there other people running trials in the same organ system, using the same modalities, that should be aware of this so they can change up the protocols for their patient? And then clinical outcome measures. I think many of times the clinical outcomes that are used for more common neurologic diseases, the ultra rares just aren't even on that same spectrum. And then furthermore, when you think about how do you measure, without the benefit of randomized controlled trials and large N's, how do you measure change to say that your drug actually did what you think it did? So those are important use cases, as well as data to share with the community. And lastly, we think about this of saying, well, many of you are bundled into a disease by the gene that's knocked out, but actually every single allele within that may have a different profile. And so how do you treat those different disease-causing mutations? And how may they respond differently? This is an important part of building the case for whether it's a basket or umbrella, whatever you want to call it. It just means that we need the information first of how these individual mutations will respond to our treatment. So we've gotten to work and we started with preclinical data, and that was intentional. What we've done is go out and partnered with a number, or actually not partnered, we signed these data sharing agreements between the N of 1 Collaborative and the, anywhere from Boston Children's to the National University of Singapore to the UMass to the NIH. And we've signed these preclinical data sharing agreements knowing full well that it's a foot in the door to ultimately getting the clinical data sharing agreements, which have a lot more complexity around it. And here's what we ask you: if you're working with an investigator, could you gently nudge them or ask them, have you considered sharing your data, preclinical and then later on clinical, with the N of 1 Collaborative? I should have put my email on here, but please do reach out to me. I'm just winston@n1collaborative.org, and we can make sure that there is a ready and willing party on our end to follow up on that interest on your end. And from our perspective, it's going from that pledge to progress means there's very specific builds that we need to do from the preclinical side, these blue bars up here, to the clinical database, to actually then how do we implement this and publish our work and share that knowledge with the rest of the community. I won't go through all the details here, but know that all of these take work. And again, we are actively in the build phase. We need volunteers and we need funding and support to make sure that this can happen in a sustainable way. So in the last couple of minutes of the talk, I'll just go back to the bigger picture. For me, the ultimate goal is that we're starting up with Mila, and we want to end up in a place where anyone who has that orphan, whether it's rare, ultra rare, N of 1, however you want to name it, anyone who has that genetic disease, you can receive a bespoke treatment as that standard of care. To me, learning about drug development in my other life in biotech is that when you work backwards from that goal, how do you end up making that scale happen? Well, you need to think about things like reimbursement and who's paying for it. You need to think about equity and accessibility, because if you don't scale it, then only the people who can raise $2 million are going to be able to afford these life-saving treatments. Working backwards from that, convincing the regulators, or sorry, convincing the payers to reimburse it usually means that there's some sort of regulatory body that says this is a process that's good to go and we approve it. In our case, it may not be a product itself, but it's just a process of doing this entire N of 1 individualized treatment development. Well, to get to regulatory acceptance, that requires good data. And you need to rigorously establish that efficacy, that benefit risk, so that there's beyond a shadow of a doubt that these treatments are actually doing things for patients. And that comes from building a system from the beginning that is repeatable, that can be standardized, and that we're actively learning from all the time. It's still early. We are just here in our journey, but that's why I think there is a need for us to actually build and create the system to do it right. And to do so means that sharing and the collaborative framework needs to be built out. So here's for all of you in the room, online, and also in San Diego. We need your help. For many of you patients, I think or patients and families, Julia tells us all the time of that hard balance when you feel like you are trying to do your best to create a treatment and anything that you ask for may be considered as onerous or may affect your ability to actually get that treatment to your loved one. I think that completely is understandable. At the same time, this is your data. This is the data from your family member or your child or yourself. This is a vital piece of building the framework for everyone else in this ecosystem and not just yourself, and you can advocate for that. The treatments may be very individual, but the learning truly is collective. So we have an N of 1 collaborative seminar series where we actively have both investigators as well as patients and drug development patients and who share their stories as well as case conferences. All of this is shared in an open manner on our now bi-weekly seminar series that you're very welcome to. And by definition, rare diseases are not contained in any given country. We're global. They are global, and so are we. So we realize that we have to build this out in a global way from day one, and that's what we intend to do. So let me finish with one analogy, and this is adapted from an N of one evangelist, I would say, at Berkeley. His name is Fyodor Ernov. So here's El Capitan, and this is in Yosemite. It's 3,300 feet tall. The first time that this was climbed, it took 48 days over 18 months by 3 men. You may have heard of Free Solo and Alex Honnold. In 2017, he, as an insane person, or I would say insanely talented person, climbed it without any gear in 3 hours and 56 minutes. The process here is what's really important. Alex Honnold didn't just say, look up one day and just sent it, right? He divided up that 3,300 feet into 33 different pitches. Some of them are easy and some of them are hard. For the hard ones, he deliberately practiced while being roped in. And sometimes he did it dozens of times just to figure out how to do it in the most effective, safe, and rigorous manner. And I pose to you that this is actually the N of one problem in granite format, right? There's so many different pieces of what we have to solve along the way to climb that mountain. Some of them are hard. Some of them are kind of, or at least relatively easy. But what we need to do as a field is just practice every single one of them so that we can make better drugs and do it in a more efficacious way. So I'll leave it here and say that really no part of this problem right now is impossible. We need to work together. Things will be hard, and we need to make sure that we just collaboratively put our efforts into the right place. Fundamentally, like we say in the letter, our patients are waiting. We owe it to the rare disease patients to make sure that we do this in a responsible way. So with that, I'll acknowledge all of the amazing work being done at the N of one Collaborative, as well as the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative for their initial support. And there's a little QR code just to scan for the open letter. Okay, thank you.
And I'm pleased to say that we're actually back on track in terms of our schedule for this afternoon. We are now going to move to the next speaker, who is Irina Antonievic. She is the Chief Medical Officer of Everyone Medicines, and Irina will talk to us about the mission and vision of Everyone Medicines. So, Irina, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
I can see you
Can
there.
you hear me?
Okay,
Yes,
right.
perfect.
Yes.
Great. Let me see if I can share my screen. So Everyone Medicines was really founded by Tim, who just presented, and Julia. And we really critically sort of like rely in our foundation, even in some of the work that has preceded Everyone Medicines. So it's something that we are really very humble about. And we are really grateful to be part of this community, which is this N of one community. And I have worked in rare diseases for a long time, but it is a very special community because it is really this very, very, very individual patient, individual child that really needs us as a community to come together and find a way to develop therapeutics. So in a nutshell, Everyone Medicine's vision is that one day, and I don't know if I will be alive that day, but I hope I will, individualized precision therapeutics will be available for everyone because the genomic sequencing shows us a lot more insights into what might be driving diseases than we have anticipated before. But sort of to make it initially maybe a smaller mountain, as Winston just said, is that we want to focus on these individualized precision therapeutics that target N1 plus genetic variants that cause severe CNS disorders, and particularly in young children. And we think that, as Tim has also shown, starting with some of those individuals that have a very severe disease, this is where, even if we don't know everything we want to know about a new drug, we think it is justified to start treating an individual because of the severity of the disease. But we do also want to highlight the N1+. First of all, we think that if it's one individual or 3 or 5, it is still way too few to even consider a clinical trial. So it is really the same problem. The other reason why I feel very strongly about talking about N1+ is that, as we have had some first discussions about certain genomic data sets, it looks like some of the variants that we thought are maybe very unique actually do affect more than one individual. And so we really think, and Annemieke has recently, published this paper where she even talks about 50 is really still the same because it's way too few to conduct a clinical trial. And if we say N of 50, it just means that at some point in time, there might be a total of 50 patients, but they're not all amenable to an intervention at the same time. So with this vision and mission, I do really want to acknowledge our core founders. And I mentioned Julia and Tim because they are very well known, but I do want to mention also Keith Flanagan, who used to be at the FDA. He's a lawyer and he is now a part of the Everyone Medicines core team. And, I don't want to dwell on Mila's story because Tim has explained this just a few minutes ago, but it is very inspirational. And really, Tim and Mila and Julia have really put in motion, I think, something that maybe before that nobody thought was possible, namely to develop an individualized therapeutic and specifically an antisense oligonucleotide. And I believe that the FDA has, based on the discussions with Tim, issued these draft guidances. And it is really the only country in the world that I'm aware of that actually even has a draft guidance on how to develop N-of-1 therapeutics. So this is good. But I also think, to what Winston just said, we as a community, we need to do more because we want to make this a much more systematic approach. That it's actually N-of-1 for each individual, but it is a broader platform and we can jointly learn and iterate the platform. And over time, hopefully, really thereby also treating a broader group of individuals. And Everyone Medicines, I want to be very clear, has seed funding from renowned investors. And the goal here is to really make this a viable business. I don't want to say what kind of business, but a business that is sustainable, that does not require investor money to sustain itself, but that can actually generate a revenue stream, which would be based on reimbursement of these drugs. And I think that it's important, for me at least, to think about this as something that is simply part of healthcare. If you have a unique mutation and we have the technology to develop a drug, this has to be reimbursed like so many other therapies that are reimbursed. And Everyone Medicines has started to reach out to payer representatives to discuss this. And we do want to be a truly global business. So we have reached out to US payer representatives, but also to European, and will be reaching out to payer representatives in the UK, because we acknowledge that in Europe, the healthcare systems are different and differently positioned to also take care of severe healthcare needs for individual patients. And currently Keith is leading some of this coordination of getting this feedback. So the current Everyone Medicines core team is located in Boston. So you see us here. So Nathan Birmingham is one of the investor representatives, and he is also the acting CEO. We have Barbara, who is our office manager and key coordinator. You have myself, and you have Deb, who is really a key part of this core team, running all the logistics. You here at iXCells, you know Deb much better than you know me, because she has been in a lot of contact with you about the proposal that we sent to you, and then the feedback that we got from you, and having several discussions with you. So, so Deb is a very important contributor to everything we do. And then, of course, Keith that I mentioned, whom I actually consider part of the core team at Everyone Medicines. But no matter what, we are very, very small. So we are very eager for an outreach to build a global network of partners, particularly, but also academic centers and consultants to help us accomplish both the mission and the vision. So many of you have probably seen that. It is the economic burden of rare diseases in the US alone. This has been put together by the Every Life Foundation. And what I think is really important is, I mean, this is obviously for the entire US, but this is true in other countries to a similar extent. But you really have direct medical costs, but you have a huge other bucket of costs, these indirect costs, including productivity loss. And this, in a family where a child is sick, doesn't only affect, of course, the child wouldn't be working, but it does affect the child, the parents, and also the other children. So it is really a very significant burden on the entire family. And so we think that it is important to keep this in mind when we ask for health equity, which means that there should be reimbursement of a therapeutic that can help a child to not die and to live a better life. And I think Winston said this at the end also, is like we have to make sure that we have a way of measuring whether there is a benefit. We don't want to treat, even if it's a tailored therapeutic, if we don't think we have the benefit. So we want to make sure that we do include in the drug development process some way of testing, at least in a cell, whether the drug has the effect we want. But we ultimately also need to measure this in the individual patient in order to justify continued treatment. And these are just some of the numbers when we talk about rare diseases. And you know, obviously this is a perfect timing, and thank you iXCells for giving us the opportunity to also join you here. It is the last day of February. So February is Rare Disease Month. So we think it's important to stress that while each rare disease might be rare, the number of people living with a rare disease is actually very large. And many of those individuals are children, and many of them have really a very severe and ultimately rapidly fatal disease. And many of those individuals have CNS manifestations. And so we think that ASOs, antisense oligonucleotides, are a great drug modality to treat CNS diseases, because we know that they can reach the CNS when they're injected into the cerebrospinal fluid via a lumbar puncture. So as you can see here, most of these rare diseases do not have an approved therapy, even though many individuals are treated. And you also see that many of them have a genetic origin, which again means that we can actually look at how we can affect that specific genetic variant. But I also need to caution and clearly state that not all genetic variants that cause the disease can be targeted with an ASO. But Winston, who also comes from maybe gene editing, or RNA editing, I mean, we also think that in the future there will be different modalities to treat more of those genetic variants. But for now, as I said, Everyone Medicine is focusing on antisense oligonucleotides disorders, and we want to be part of the community and become a trusted partner for investigators and families, and build this efficient platform that is iterative and rigorous in its sort of testing to deliver those therapeutics to patients in need. And we do say nucleic acid therapeutics, but we do initially start with antisense oligonucleotides because this modality is better understood and reaches the CNS without the need to put any other delivery vehicle on the ASO. And Winston also just mentioned Fyodor, and we think this is very important to keep in mind that we have actually the tools, the technologies to develop these tailored therapeutics. But there are legal, financial, and organizational obstacles or hurdles that we need to overcome. And we at Everyone Medicines want to sort of build a platform to help address and overcome some of those existing obstacles. And we think that, again, as a community, by doing this and by doing more and more of this, it will be clear that this cannot be done on a one-by-one basis. This has to become much more of a platform, also for the sake of speed, so that we have a diagnosis and we can much more quickly develop an ASO, which ultimately means that we have to be better at learning what looks like a safe ASO so that we don't need to do all the testing that we, even with the draft FDA guidances, still need to do today. And so the way we envision Everyone Medicine's initial work is that we have a pilot program where we have a few individuals that have an positive, so we need to make sure that we all agree that the mutation that is identified is really causative, so that there is a real high chance that if this mutation is addressed, that there will be a significant clinical improvement of the individual. I said before that we are targeting childhood onset disease. We also think it's important to try to intervene as early as possible, so that there's a real chance for a substantial benefit. And as I said before, we want to make sure that we can, based on some of the work we are doing in the lab, then meaningfully or expect a meaningful clinical benefit with intrathecal injections. Both Deb and myself, as well as Ness and Barbara, have a lot of experience with antisense oligonucleotides. We have worked with them for several years. We actually all worked together in a prior company with antisense oligonucleotides for CNS disorders. So we do want to make sure that we select, based on very rigorous screening, the best possible ASO that then ultimately initially goes into the in vivo animal work and then ultimately to the patient. And we think there are certain standards of, it's not a guarantee, but it's important to select ASOs that have a high potency, that have no concern of target, so don't bind to something else that would be a concern, particularly in the target tissue, and have no relevant immune response. None of this is a guarantor that it will not have any effects, any side effects in the individual, but we think we can minimize the risk. And as Tim also said, some of those more class effects of ASOs can be monitored. And we think, again, it's very important that it's the rigorous preclinical screening, but then it is also the rigorous clinical assessment for both safety and ultimately also efficacy as we use those to treat individuals. And I think this sort of goes into what Winston also said is we want to learn, we want to use every single ASO development and every single clinical experience to feedback into both the screening and the selection criteria, and sort of to drive this knowledge gain to ultimately in the future have a smaller data package that is needed before we take it into a human, but also having the data to support that this is likely a safe as well as efficacious ASO. We also want to build a network with centers of excellence and other investigators who can actually administer the treatment. We also want to develop a toolbox so that individuals can reach out to Everyone Medicines and, for instance, ask for like just a standard ASO design that we could share. We talked about the mutual data sharing and the growing database that drives knowledge gain. And again, I think that with this increasing use of genome sequencing, we will identify more and more of these very rare mutations and potentially even develop antisense oligonucleotides proactively, so that we are really ready to give a treatment, particularly as Tim also mentioned, when a very, very young individual has severe, for instance, epilepsy, so we could intervene as early as the diagnosis is made. So this is my last slide. We don't have yet any data, but we are starting to generate some data. And again, I would like to thank iXCells, not only for inviting us, but actually for hosting this entire day and bringing together this community. Thank you.
So we'll now move on to our next speaker, who is Jeff Milton. He is the founder and CEO of La Jolla Labs. And Jeff will talk to us about how artificial intelligence will drive rare disease therapeutics. This is one of my interests. So hello, Jeff. Welcome to the meeting. And
hi.
Looking forward to your talk.
Great. Thanks for inviting me. And let me go ahead and bring up my slides here. I feel like this is going to be a very good collaborative presentation with the previous speakers, especially Winston, because it's really a story about data. And if you don't know anything about artificial intelligence is really the foundation is rooted in having data. And so you'll kind of see that theme here. Can you all see my slides okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. And I'm not cutting out, right? Everybody can hear me. Okay. All right. So let's talk about the drug discovery and development process. This is typically a very long process. And I like the analogy that Winston gave about climbing El Cap. The idea that you can study each area and understand all the treacherous parts of all and divide up this into compartments that can be studied and interpreted in a way that becomes somewhat reflexive later on is a very powerful analogy. And that's something that AI can actually help to do. And so when we talk about the path for what it takes to create a drug, this is typically what people quote. It's 10 to 20 years. There's a huge exploratory research part where it's understanding the disease itself and the target. And then there's the discovery or the finding the drug, preclinical development, and then the clinical development. And this is obviously a very expensive thing. This is anything that's sort of a standard drug that goes into the clinic these days, 90% of them fail in the from phase 1 to approval. And looking at this chart here on the right-hand side, you'll see that the new drug entities are the lowest, and then the biologics are around 10% success, and then those are the repurposed indications. And most of the time, these fail because of lack of clinical efficacy and toxicity. And so those are obviously the two areas that you want to focus on as far as being able to optimize the process. Now, for the sake of what we're talking about today, a lot of this is discussing RNA targeting modalities. And so there's three basic approaches to this. There's the RNase-mediated ASO, there's the steric blocking, splicing ASO, and then there's the siRNA approach. And so the great thing about this is that, and this was shown earlier, that because this mechanistically is very well characterized, it's a very rational approach to drug discovery, and the fact that the chemistry, the chemical modifications typically don't change as much. It's the sequence that changes, which makes this something that's really amenable to the AI approach. If the chemical modifications change, then you're talking about a degree that's very hard to nail down. But from the point of view of sequence, those are variables that we can manage. And so that's something that's really amenable to the machine learning AI approach. And so we've talked about this before in this session, and it's definitely one of my favorite stories as well as far as a drug. But I'm going to go through a little bit different approach and just kind of show you some of the history here of how this was created. And so if you look at the timeline, this is a 20-year drug from the point of view of understanding the targets, understanding the mechanism of action that was the goal as far as alleviating SMA. And then there's a screening process, which was probably around 2 or 3 years. And it was a collaboration between Cold Spring Harbor and Ionis Pharmaceuticals. 2006, the ASO was found. Then there's the preclinical study, and then there's the clinical. And so you can see there's a lot of work that went into this. This is many, many, many millions of dollars and a lot of time. And so the idea that we're going to compress this down and make this a very short process for ultra rare disease and rare disease in general is somewhat daunting when you look at this. However, again, looking back at LCAP, here's our first explorers, and we can learn from this, understand it, and make it and optimize it. So the idea here is that we want to be able to take a screen, find candidates, and jump to approval. That sounds great in practice, but that's not the reality of the situation. But that's kind of what we want to do. We want to kind of have that in our mind as we're designing a drug that's going to succeed from the start. And that's, but we can break this into chunks that will allow us to make those leaps of faith in a sense. So one of the main areas that is really kind of not really solved, but there are definitely tools out there for predicting toxic compounds. Now, these are in vivo tox, and they don't necessarily translate to the clinic, but there's definitely an approach where you can take sequences and a particular modality, whether it's a splicing oligo or an RNSH-mediated ASO, and if you have enough data, then rodent tox data, then you can make a machine learning algorithm that will predict at design time some sort of probability that it's going to be either liver toxic or neurotoxic. And there are only and it's very specific to the chemistry. So it's basically varying the sequence. So what you're doing is essentially taking the sequence with a particular modality, a full mo splicing oligo, and the genomic context of that, and then you're able to predict. And with the enough rodent tox data, you can make some algorithms that are actually pretty good. And this has been done before. And so this is one thing that's actually a nice first step toward predicting or for using AI. The great thing about this is that if you can predict further down the pipeline, or predict if an ASO is going to fail in late stage preclinical studies, that's the best case scenario because you're not wasting your time and having to go back and revisit the screening process. So the more you can push your predictability down into the later stage development process, the better. So this would be my first approach toward developing a prediction algorithm. And there are all sorts of bins that we can put toxicity into. Hepatotoxicity is one of the major focuses for ASOs, carcinogenicity and genotoxicity and cardiotoxicity. These have biomarkers and these are measured in structured ways. And I'll talk a little bit about structure in a little bit, but these are things that can be captured very efficiently. And then what you can do is actually load them into, and for example, we have a design tool that allows us to load our models into and actually layout. In this particular case, it's an RNSH mediated knockdown around a gain-of-function SNP, and we can actually try to predict or use these tools to help us predict liver toxicity. And so then we would weed those out at the design time. And so there are all sorts of parameters that you can get, and these clinical analyzers are very good at spitting out very structured data. However, getting them hooked up and connected to a database is another leap that you have to go into. So the infrastructure is very important to be able to capture this stuff in an efficient way. And that leads to what I'm going to talk about next, which is really what I call the shape of the data. And the data, how that shape of that data is super important to be able to build these tools. And what I'm going to do is actually jump into a story that goes way back. And I'm going to talk about scurvy a little bit and just digress. I'll come back to SMA. But I want to talk about scurvy in the context of data. And this is a disease that estimated to kill 2 million sailors when basically at a time period where genetically we were not prepared to go on these large journeys or large voyages across oceans with minimal dietary constraints. And so these, we don't, unlike a lot of animals, we don't produce our own vitamin C, so we suffered scurvy as a result of that. But what's interesting about that is that as early as I actually have a copy of Vasco da Gama's journal, because it's actually one of the few, I think one of the only, that is first-person account of the voyage to establish a route around the Cape of Good Horn and into India. And he actually says in 1490 in this journal, the Captain Major, which is Vasco da Gama, sent a man ashore, the messengers with instructions to bring off a supply of oranges, which were much desired by our sick. So Vasco da Gama actually lost several hundred, or I think about 130 people on his journey to scurvy. But he knew for some, and the fact that citrus was mentioned a couple times in the journal, but there was a part here where he actually made a specific reference to oranges. It was also referenced by James Lancaster, who was by surgeons and by other I guess scientists at the time, or physicians at the time, who understood that oranges or citrus were important for addressing scurvy. But and then of course, the first real clinical trial, a sort of documented clinical trial, was run by James Lind, the Royal Navy, ran a clinical trial on a voyage, and he rediscovered old data from John Woodall and the East India Company actually using citrus to treat scurvy, and published it he published this in 1747, saying, that, but actually only dedicated a little bit of a section to actually saying that scurvy was alleviated by oranges. And it wasn't until 1795 that the English Navy actually introduced fresh oranges and lemons into the diet. So think about that. That's 50 years after Lind had actually published this work saying that it was useful. And that's because there was a lack of communication infrastructure, there's a lack of integrity, and there was a lot of misinformation. And people who had political power could actually push forward their information versus actually having real raw data. And so this is super important. You could see how long it took, several hundred years, to actually come up with a remedy that was established, because that infrastructure wasn't there. And so it led the doors were open for interpretation, and so that continued for several hundred years. And so when we look at infrastructure for what we've got as far as developing the drug, drugs that we're talking about, The screening part of that infrastructure is typically the most robust. So there's the primary screen, there's a dose response, and these are this hunting for the ASO that actually does what you want it to do is actually typically an automated process, and it's very robust. It's got and you're talking about structures that are not changing as far as chemically, but they're changing in terms of sequence. And so I like to think of this, it's ripe for AI, and the pun is intended there. This is actually the process where AI should be a part of all screening, because ultimately it is it's actually the low-hanging fruit. I actually didn't intend that pun, but in any case, I'm going to jump back into SMA, and I'm going to talk about the screen that they did for SMN. And what you can see here is this is actually a presentation that's on YouTube, and I urge you to look this up. This is a great presentation by Adrian Craner, and he talks about the actual screening process. He talks about the whole development, but specifically here is the actual screen. And there's a total of over 500 ASOs, and the yellow part here was the part that was done by Cold Spring Harbor, and the rest were done by Ionis. And what you can see, and if you were to synthesize these, just to kind of put this in the context, it's a very expensive just to synthesize. It's about $400,000. Well, at the 1 micromole, you probably would use less than that. But in any case, Spinraza falls out here, but if you were to apply some models to this, and this is some of the models that we've developed at La Jolla Labs, you could take this screen and actually provide a map that sort of gives you a guide for where you're actually going to apply these ASOs. So you wouldn't apply them to the parts that are going up in this particular area, because you want to block the exclusion. And so in this particular case, you would eliminate essentially most of the ASOs. Now, this isn't drawn to scale, so this is an exact representation of it, but it kind of gives you an idea qualitatively of what you can get from using a machine learning approach to actually designing your ASOs. And we're able to recapitulate what SMN does. And so in this particular case, and we're using a lot of the ECLIP data and the RNA binding protein data that's out there. And so we're training on this and actually learning where is the best place to put an ASO. And so because everything is so structured, because we have a structured molecule, and we have a structured representation of the molecule, it's not changing chemistry, it's changing sequence, and we know the genomic context of it, and we have very structured sequencing data that we're training on. That allows us to do this. And so what we can do is we can kind of look at where the landscape is right now for what sort of things we can train on. And really what we want to do is we want to bridge these lakes of variables, essentially. We want to put bridges across them to say, we want to do in silico to in vivo toxicity. We want to do in silico to activity in vitro. We want to do in vitro to in vivo activity, because that's not exactly a solved science as well. And so and we want to go in silico to tissue distribution. And this kind of gives us the ability to learn all these little sections in a way that allow us to have better predictability going down into the later stage of the pipeline, and ultimately get to the point where we can say, okay, we can do everything mostly in silico, maybe some in vitro work, and have a really good chance that we're going to be successful in the clinic. And that's the dream, right? But that's not where we are. So where are we today? Well, we know there are people who are doing in vivo toxicity successfully. And we at La Jolla Labs are doing in vitro activity. And we know there are people who are doing in vitro, and we're doing that as well, in vitro to in vivo activity. And so these are where things are right now. By no means has this discipline in a state where it can predict anything clinically at this point. There's absolutely no, there are just too many hurdles at this particular point. So that's definitely, this is really the representation of where we are. And so the idea here is that we're going from research to clinic, but we could also go back from clinic to research. And this is where we bring in things we need, especially when it comes to rare disease. We need to bring in things like natural history studies, clinical trials, data. So things like adverse events that we talked about earlier, and injection site reactions, all that sort of stuff. If there were an open space or a pre-competitive space that allowed us to say, okay, this particular, because some of these things are very sequence specific, the chemistry may not have changed, but it's sequence specific, or it's that's something that we can train on. And so that sort of this going back has to happen in order for this dream to happen, as far as being able to use computation to predict the success of a candidate. And so there are all sorts of tools that allow us to do this. There's a guidance for natural history studies, and there are all sorts of technologies that are out there that are allowing us to capture these data, and especially for these neuro indications where there are specific cognitive tests you can do, and there are even EKGs that can be used to capture data, and that data can then be used to build really nice, sophisticated control studies that allow us to actually push a particular candidate down through in a clinical trial faster if it has a natural history study associated with it. And so, just to give another example, if you can do things like video analysis of motion, and capturing motion over the period of time and being able to train on that data set, which then allows us to give a baseline, which then allows us to determine in the external clinical studies whether or not we're deviating, or the efficacy is improving the actual clinical study faster. And I just wanted to highlight just very quickly that, the FDA does fund natural histories studies, and these are the 2022 awards. And so I would urge anyone who's interested in doing this to pursue these things and get this out there. And to kind of wrap things up, following up on what Winston was talking about, we have a desperate need for a pre-competitive data space. Essentially, that's screening data, tox data, clinical data. All this stuff needs to come into place. In the rare disease community, it has to happen in the rare disease community, because working in silos is just not going to be sustainable. And in order for rare disease therapies to progress, we have to work together, and everyone has to work together to create this space to make this happen. And one of the things I want to say is that, what we're going to do, we have a website called genome.bio. This is right now it's a blog, and it is a blog that sort of talks about some of the rare disease things that we're working on. But we're going to expand this out, where we're going to supply some screening data that we have, and we're also going to supply some tools. So we're going to provide some of the software that we have to allow you to do your own designs. And we're calling that the sandbox. So it's our design sandbox. And so with that, that's all I've got. And I just want to thank Nyanwei for inviting me, and I'm really excited to be a part of this awesome group.
Okay, we'll move on to our next presenter today. That is Namwei Lin. Namwei is the president of iXCells Biotechnologies, and he will talk to us today about streamlining the preclinical solutions for personalized drug development.
Hello, everyone. It's my great pleasure to have a lot of speakers here, including the patient families, sharing the inspiring stories, and also the researchers. We know a lot of exciting progress. So I already, a lot of people already mentioned about some facts about rare diseases. I'm not going to go too much details, but it's basically a global crisis. So, you know, a lot of our friends and families are being affected around us. That's why I think, you know, it's super important to increase the awareness. That's the step one. So, and today, especially for the afternoon section, is we're going to talk about how we can help. So we have a little bit, a small fundraiser events here, hosted today and tomorrow and through Thursday. We're encouraging our friends and employees to engage. So if you are here with us today, you're welcome to scan the barcode posted in our door. And the revenue for these 3 days will be donated to our patient families. So I really appreciate everybody's donation. So a little bit background of our company. Some of you already know, and some of you probably never heard of us. So we are a San Diego-based company. We are a preclinical CRO and manufacturing companies. Our specialized, we are specialized in disease relevant cell models, and especially with the disease specific models. So we have been growing since 2015, and we start with 5 people, and now we have 40 employees. We are located in the Sorrento Valley areas. So next year we're gonna move to a new facility in close to Scripps Ranch with about 28,000 square feet. Hopefully we can better serve our customers and our rare disease patients. As I mentioned, we are providing the disease-specific cell models. We can help our customer to develop the iPSC cells. We have been working with a lot of, recently, especially after 2021, we working with multiple patient families, including, you know, there are 2 families already share their stories. We can help them to develop iPSC from human blood. We just need a little bit whole blood cells, and we can isolate PBMCs. And we can also develop fibroblasts from the patient by skin biopsies. And using the iPSC lines, we can do genome editing. I will mention later what's the application using iPSC models for disease modeling, especially for the neural disorders. So I'm not going to go too much details, but we have more than 100 different products. We have more than 70 different primary cells and more than 10 iPSC-derived cells. Some of these can provide as a research toolbox for rare diseases and personalized medicines. I highlighted some of the products and services here. So we're working with a lot of, you know, before rare disease families, we're working with big pharmas, biotech company for developing very complex neural disorders, neurodegenerative disease. And more recently, we have more and more focus, and we feel obligated in the rare disease communities. So I presented our company's vision and perspective in 5 years to our board this year. So this is what we're trying to do. Firstly, we are gonna further expand our products and services for sure. And there are 2 new areas we're trying to step into. One is the peptide and oligo synthesis. We are planning to establish our chemistry lab in a new facility. Hopefully we can provide a more cost-effective way to provide a high quality and you know, validated oligonucleotides. And also, we're trying to establish a comprehensive preclinical ASO drug development tools. So a lot of these are we learn from our patient, we learn from our collaborators. I will mention that in my later talk. So as I mentioned, our company, we serve for, we care about our rare patient families. So we've been working with multiple partners. So a lot of these rare disease or individualized drug development is patient-driven effort. we're working with, so these are all the, some just part of the patient foundation we're working with. Majority of them are here today. I'm very honored to see them to support our events. And we're also working with multiple academia partners and biotech and big farmers, biofarmers. And most of these patients, when they reach to us, they usually have a research community helping them to understand the patient, the MOA, and they start to design the drug. And iXCells here is really working with them to design the assays and develop the disease models, and yeah, using our expertise in disease modeling. So I want to use a case study showing what we can, how we do the ASO screening. A majority of the patient we're working here has the ion channel mutations. They come with the epilepsy condition. So the patient-derived iPSC neurons is considered as one of the best, most disease-relevant models, although it's more cost-effective and time-consuming. So in this particular case, we're using patient-derived cells, and we culture them for 30 days in 96 well plates. And we treat them in the 96 well plates with antisense, just free uptake method. And then the readout is the multiplex qPCR and using a Pacman-based approach. And the assay was carried out in 384 well plates. And in this particular case, the customer is the patient designed more than 800 antisense oligos, and we screen several rounds, about 7 rounds of screening, and we end up with a few handful candidates, and our partners move further to the downstream tox studies. So this is one of the most challenging cell system we've ever worked with, because the neuron, wherever understand the neuron culture, culturing in the 30 days neuron is not easy. So we have spent almost 3 months to optimize the procedures, and we end up with very clean data here. So you can see 2 identical plates this is basically a QC validation of different some positive control and negative control, and two of the identified hits. We see very, very clean data. So I just want to have another shout out for the data sharing. So this is such a very, very critical steps because individually, all this data is meaningless unless we put everything together. So we want to start, as Winston already shared, that if if the patient is willing to share their data, that's great. But we have a lot. Based on my experience interacting with the patient, so there's a lot of challenges when they start working with the academia or biotech. The ownership of the data is it can be a challenging step to share. So here at iXCells, because we are based on our business model, our customer or patient owns their data and IP. So there's no any restriction in terms of the controlling of their data. So at the end, it's gonna be our customers who is signed a contract with us. We're on all the data and IP, and we are ready. I actually talked to Tim and Winston about how to standardize the data deposit and make the data depositing more automatic in an automatic way. And so those are super critical. But at this time, it's still just a beginning. So we are. iXCells is ready to work with all these nonprofit organizations to streamline the data sharing step. And just a little bit, some of my past years experience with the community. So this is Winston. We have Julia, who is the Mila's mom. and ambulance founders. And we invite patient family to our facility. It's their first time seeing their their kids' cells. Went to the SLC 681 symposium. I got to learn how these patients become an expert within a very short time frame, and they be able to summon a lot of professionals in different areas. So it's simply just very inspiring. And here, besides the bakery fundraising, we also we're planning to launch our the year-long snack bar fundraiser for our patients. So thanks for my team. They spend a lot of time to put up the poster for each patient. So we also have this poster printed out and hang out in this wall. Here in our meeting rooms, we're gonna have our, have some snack bar, and we'll encourage our patient to learn, encourage our employee to learn about a story. So to understand, so working with the rare disease here, we're not really dealing with the numbers. We're dealing with the people with the stories. So I hope there are more people will join us to help these families all around the world. Or almost 300 million people being affected. So we need to face it, and we need to work with our partners closely. So last part is I want to share some of the experience I learned from the patient and learn from the projects. Hopefully it can give some guidance. I cannot say this is concrete or very crystal for in general, but it giving us some guidance how to build a roadmap, especially for preclinical solutions. As iXCells is really focused on the in vitro models, we cannot give you too much guidance in terms of the understanding of disease MOA, but we can certainly help you to develop a preclinical or in vitro models, and that you can use to accelerate your individualized drug development. So before I mention this my slides, I want to share a roadmap. This is I think this is very useful for a lot of patients who has the newly diagnosed kid. So especially if you don't understand how the drug development process is, this could be a very good guidance for you. You can find a link. This is from Global Gene's website. They provide a detailed explanation of each step from the basic research, what kind of research toolbox you need to provide, including cell lines, iPSCs, mouse models, biomarkers, and what is preclinical, what is clinical, right? And also what is drug repurposing. So I know there's a lot of patients are interested in drug repurposing because this can reduce the long procedure for screening for new leads. And so I highly encourage you to go there. And also they have very fantastic staff that can answer your request with personalized response. Yeah, I don't need to spend too much time here. Everybody here knows what's antisense, why this can be scaled for multiple rare disease. This is one of the modality that a lot of people, including Tim, Winston, and Jeff, everyone, we all think this is probably the most promising modalities to developing the new drug for individuals. So here we can, as I mentioned, we can certainly help the patient to develop their cell models, including fibroblasts, iPSC generation, or making the neurons. We have a dedicated team doing those reprogramming and genome editing in a daily basis. And also this year, we're going to have our partners for making the antisense oligosynthesis. So we're evaluating their quality. Hopefully, we can have some solution for our patients with much lower price and faster turnaround time very soon. And for sure, we're learning from our past years that we can certainly do the antisense oligo screening with multiple different treatment conditions, different cell lines. And in vitro tox, we have a group of our primary cell groups has a group of scientists are very familiar with isolating immune cells and immune response. So I'll mention that later. So some of those immune response or cytokine profiling assays can be used to predict the toxicity of the compounds. And finally, the in vitro efficacy test is something we are particularly interested. I'll mention that later. So a little bit more detail. So we can, there are several steps to build your preclinical disease models. Firstly is the assay development, including what cell lines to select and what's the treatment, how to optimize your treatment, right? Second step is the hit identification, including the in vitro screening and lead optimization. The third one is the lead validation. So once we have the hits from several hundred ASO to 10 to 20 ASOs, we're down to less than 10 hits. We need to further validate the hits by measuring their, so usually we would do the protein level confirmation. We also, sometimes we need to do the off-target analysis. If we see too much off-target, it can be an indication that your drug is not very specific. So also in vitro disease model, as I mentioned. So this is something I didn't see too much patients doing that, but there are more interest in this space, which is using the 3D brain organoids to study the efficacy. I have a few slides later to show you some interesting findings here. Finally, after you get all these hits and validate your leads, and you can move on to the animal toxicology. So the first step is acute in vivo tolerability. So basically, you are going to test the PK/PD, the dynamics of your compound in animal. And secondly, is you can do PBMC assay to see whether your compounds indeed will cause severe immune response. And finally, you will do more comprehensive clinicals, the animal clinical science, behavioral, histopathologies. So because we are familiar with the cell system, so I come up with this table earlier this year to when I talk to some patient, because a lot of patients when they come to us, they are confused, they are overwhelmed with multiple systems. So I list out 4 of the cell systems, commonly used cell system that can be considered for the primary and secondary, and eventually the lead optimization. So I'll start just from left to right. You'll see it's starting from the easiest, from the most difficult. The easiest to make to the most difficult to make. So the patient-derived iPSC neuron is most challenging ones. So it will take at least 3 months to make iPSCs, another 3 months to make neurons. And also, it's not cheap. You need to get at least 6 months ahead of time, and it can cost $20,000 to $40,000. And also including in terms of the disease relevant, of course, the iPSC patient-derived iPSC neuron is the most relevant to the disease. So it's ideal tool to study to use for hit confirmation and off-target analysis. And certainly, if you want to do in vitro efficacy, that would be great. And from the other side, before you have the iPSC, patient iPSC neurons, you can start screening using the immortalized cell lines. We have multiple neuroblastoma cell lines we've been used before. I listed it down here. Sorry, this should be a typo. So there's SHSY5Y, which is another neuroblastoma line. So you can use that for primary screening assay development because you need to test whether the gene, you need to design a primer sets and probe, Techman probe sets for your assay. So you don't want to waste time here. So there's also primary rodent neurons and normal iPSC-derived neurons, which is in between of these two, which is not very commonly used. Also, we have tons of questions in terms of the timeline. So based on the timeline estimated for Milasen, I come up with this timeline. As I said, this is not going to be one case for all. So each case is unique. Some case probably will take years to develop. But just use Milasen as an example. So it's giving you a guideline how you design for your assays. So as I mentioned, you don't need to wait for iPSC neurons, which will take 6 months. But I suggest the parents you don't want to wasting your time. Just like Peter mentioned earlier, once you decided to go with the individualized drug development, it's better to have the reagent ready, right? So get your iPSC generated and neuron and iPSC neuron potentially can be useful as well. So, but at the same time, you can also start doing the assay development, talk to your science team, and if they have disease mechanism, if it's gain of function or loss of function, based on your research community, they will suggest you either using a allele-specific or splicing modulator mechanism. We can start doing the assay development in the immortalized cell lines, which is relatively easy to get. We have a list of cell lines we can use. And you can do the hit validation, which includes several dose response assays. So by that time, once you get several hits, hopefully you have the iPSC neuron ready at that time, and you can start using the neuron for hit confirmation or hit optimization or SAR. So basically, once you get the right sequence, you can try different chemistry modification and do different combination of those to see whether you can increase the specificity or efficacy. Another thing is the timeline for ASO design and synthesis. In order to really racing, because we are racing against the clock, we need to plan ahead. Sometimes nowadays there's a lot of delay in delivering the antisense. We are collaborating with several ASO synthesis vendors. Recently, we are facing 3 to 4 months delay in delivering those. So please plan ahead of time. So hopefully iXCells can identify one of our potential partners that can offer faster and cost-effective alternatives. And finally, you can arrange the functional validation and off-target analysis almost at the same time and together with the tox studies. So I have a few more minutes left, and I like to share some of the exciting things I like to share with the community. One of our new employees who recently joined us, his name is Jorge. He worked in Aesthemonics. A company was acquired by Vivan. Vivian Biosciences. They have developed a 3D microbrain organoid approach. So this is just showing you the general process. You can derive the iPS cells from dermal fibroblasts. I believe you can also use the PBMC derived. Make the EB and make it into the neural rosette, further differentiate into the neural stem cells or neural progenitor cells. And you can make a 3D organoids, 3D brain organoids. So here you can see the 3D branch has the markers for both mature neurons and also the glial cells. So here they are trying to get the wild type and Rett syndrome derived organoids and trying to see their functional difference. So this is the assay. Okay, so I'm gonna show, this is on the top is the regular, it's the control organoid showing the rhythmic calcium imaging. So this assay was monitored by Flipper. And down here is the Rett syndrome derived. You can see this is really resembling the epilepsy. So all these peak you are seeing here is the calcium flux, and it will mimic although this is not a real readout, but it's pretty much mimic the neural firings. And the machine can also detect, it can quantify those peaks and magnitudes. And you can see the significant difference between the wild type and Rett syndrome derived organoids. And most importantly, is these organoids can be generated in 384 well plates, and they've done a lot of process development to make sure the size it's relatively equal, and we have very homogeneous size and distribution. Also, besides the flipper, we can use we can potentially use MEA, which is a multi-array, multi-electronic array. So you can this is the machine. Basically, you're gonna see the cells into different type of plate formats. In bottom of each wells, you have multiple probes which can detect the neural firing. And you'll be able to measure high throughput calcium assays or electric physiological activities. So this is just one of the readout. You see the control. You see this is raspberry probe. You can see each line is one probe. If you see the purple bar, that means you have the synchronized firing. And for a Rett syndrome derived microbrain, you see a lot of these, very fast firings, irregular firings. If you're firing and stop, so which is mimic the epileptic condition. So finally, I like to I really appreciate my team here. So this picture was taken yesterday for the rare disease for our event today. Our employees, we all wear in the stripes. So with that, I really appreciate everybody's time here. So we're gonna have we will have the recording of our today's meetings. So I know today is not a weekend, so it's a weekday. A lot of people cannot show up. And that's why I really appreciate people spending time with us. We're gonna have the video clips, and we can share with more audience. Hopefully, people can share the words, spread the words, increase the awareness of the rare disease. So as I mentioned, as a lot of people mentioned today, this is collaborative efforts. We cannot conquer this devastating situation by solo.
We're gonna move to Amber Freed now.
Yes.
We're gonna activate our camera.
Okay, let me just adjust my camera here. So I think I speak on behalf of all of the rare families that we're not going to stop or give up until our miracle happens. I think most importantly to highlight right now is how important everybody on this call and iXCells is to the process. You give us hope. Without you, we have nothing. We don't have ideas. And it's very rare in life to find people as passionate and people who love your children like they would love their own. And from the entire rare community, thank you so much for being the change agent in the rare disease world on this Rare Disease Day. Thank you so much for the beautiful conference and the day.
We'll move on to the roundtable session with Michelle Jeanette. Once again, Michelle is the founder of Cure KCNH1 Foundation. Michelle, you with us?
Hi, everyone. Thank you again so much. These afternoon presentations were so exciting and absolutely fascinating, and we all love to hear about the amazing work you are doing in the space. So I'd like to start out with kind of a broad question. I know we have a lot of ASO people here today, but I'm curious about where you all see things in, all of us parents want it to be yesterday or 3 years ago or whatever, but where do you see the space in 5 years, specifically in terms of the roles of different modalities? All right.
I can start.
Jeff, I see you. There's Winston. Hi. Winston,
Yeah,
you kind of have an overview with the N of One Collaborative of some of the different approaches people are taking. Can you give a stab at that?
Sure, I'm happy to. And I think there are lots of things about drug development and its complexities that I will have to defer to Jeff and Irina about. But from my perspective, I think one of the things that is, I don't think there's going to be a one-size-fits-all solution, right? And I think that's because of the complexity of genetic disease, but also because of realistically the limitations to how we can get to some of the target tissues of interest. So what that means is if you take an ASO, right, a lot of the ASOs these days, we're thinking about the intrathecal delivery because we're building upon the foundations of Spinraza and all the great work done at Ionis. There's other ASOs that work, they're delivered systemically. Those can, Jeff was talking about the designs for them. So I think where you're thinking about different modalities, it starts off as trying to work backwards from what is the actual need of a given disease. If you correct a gene in the liver, will that have an effect on, systemic metabolic disease? Some diseases, yes, it actually really is impactful just to do that liver thing. Or even if your liver symptoms are treated, your brain ones can be alleviated sufficiently to give you quality of life, right? Other ones, the primary factor may be the neurodegeneration, and getting CRISPR into the brain is still an incredibly difficult challenge. So I'm not doing a great job of kind of making it simple for rare disease families to say, how do we navigate the space, right? I think I wish there were a more like, here, just try this. But I think that's where that partnership is really valuable. My last point is that I do think there's a, there will be these event horizons of having new modalities approved that will enable, just like Spinraza enabled the imagination of an entire group of investigators, or rather Spinraza enabled Mealison, which then enabled more people. I think there's going to be that case with CRISPR and some of these N of 1 CRISPRs. And my prediction is that's probably going to happen in the in the blood space, in the hematopoietic stem cell or T cell editing space with CRISPR, just because it's easy to get and access those cells, check it for off targets, and then do the editing and reintroduce it. So you may see immunodeficiencies like inborn errors of immunity that are the first on that N of 1 as opened up to broader gene editing modalities. The last thing I know I just said one last thing, but the last thing is I think there's also the inherent like long-term effects of gene editing, which is more permanent than RNA editing or RNA modulation with modalities such as antisense oligos that one has to consider. So it's complex, and I'll certainly open it up to anyone else, especially seasoned drug developers, for their thoughts on this.
Yeah, and I was just to follow up on that, Winston, the delivery part is a huge part of RNA targeting and RNA therapeutics in general. It's just it's almost like they have to go hand in hand. Every time you think about the disease you're going after, you have to think about the delivery component of that and making sure that you have a potent enough molecule to get to the tissue you want to work within a therapeutic index. But Spinraza did pave the way for us, our imagination, exactly what you said, Winston, and I feel like I'm following off what you say every time, just like it's validating. But in any case, the splicing landscape, I think, understanding splicing, and getting enough data to understand that in a systematic way is going to open a lot of doors for a lot of diseases that we didn't know we could do. And so keeping an eye on, that's what we're doing at Loyal Labs. We're keeping an eye on that space and trying to understand it as well as we can so that we can design strategies where they weren't, because we didn't have access to that data before. So I think that's one area that's really exciting. And the fact that it does work in neuro tissue as far as delivery, that's a very compelling thing. But also to keep in mind that, when you look at splicing oligos, Ionis was not a splicing oligo company. So everybody should keep that in mind, because the modality that was used at Ionis had a shorter half-life. So the systemic studies were never really done. So there could be a lot of room, that still needs to be sort of explored a little bit as far as being able to do splicing and in other tissues. It was never really studied, even though you think about Ionis as the one who were the experts there, they never did it. So there's still a lot of there's a lot of great potential with that modality that hasn't been explored yet.
And what about the other main ASO technology, the knockdown approach, whether that's allele specific or allele agnostic? Do we have any success stories like, obviously I don't think there's any other success story like Spinraza, but good examples of great therapeutic benefit with a knockdown approach?
I don't know of any therapy that's out there. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Jeff, go ahead.
I was just going to say that I know that there's proof of concept data with siRNA from iXCells Labs. And we're doing it here with RNSH mediated knockdown, as La Jolla Labs is partnered with and Lorem. So as a result, we're using gapmer ASOs for allele selective knockdowns. But as far as therapy, I don't think there's anything that's actually gone.
Hopefully working
I know
some
there
of our
isn't.
kids as we speak.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I agree that there's nothing like approved, and Spinraza really is, I think, it's just a wonderful story. But I think also there was luck involved. I mean, I think, at the time, this just really worked out well, which is great. It's great for everyone. But I think we cannot assume. I think we shouldn't assume that just the mechanism itself is kind of like a key driver of the success. I mean, I think for some of the clinical trials cells with knockdown. There are lots of factors that went into that. And I mean, I just like personally, I just want to add like delivery is like so important, delivering the drug to the target tissue. And so my personal bias, and I used to work on Huntington's disease for actually many years. I just think that if we don't get the drug to where it really needs to go, it's really hard to, to really conclude, other than that there was, I think, a safety issue in the Roche and Ionis trial. But I think it's not necessarily the mechanism. I just think that we need to get the drug to where it needs to go. And I personally do hope that over the next 10 years, there will be easier ways to administer even a naked ASO for a brain disease than intrathecally, because I think intrathecally we know that the distribution, particularly in the deeper parts of the brain, where I think for Huntington's disease it's important to get to, is just not very high, particularly with the, let's say, first generation ASO. So I think between improving maybe ASO design and then maybe finding a way to deliver, I think we will see some progress, and I'm excited to watch the progress. So at Everyone Medicine, we are not investing in new delivery modalities, but we will be watching the field. And then the same with other modalities. I mean, I think in a first case where you don't know what happens when you sort of change splicing or knockdown, I think an ASO has the advantage that you can discontinue treatment. And if we have very few patients, so we don't have a large safety database, I do think this is a consideration that is in favor of ASOs rather than permanent modification, even if I understand that this might be desirable to have a one-time treatment. But I think ASOs have the advantage that we can discontinue if we see something. And I mean, Tim himself presented a case where, maybe this was good that we had this opportunity.
100%. That's a huge advantage.
If I can add on two comments. One is, I think, again, thinking back to the modality, the genetic modality of editing, right? There are certain things that with ASOs right now you can't do in terms of correction back to the wild type, right? And this is where some of the gene editing technologies like base and prime editing could be advantageous, because one of the things that you always ask yourself with doing any sort of knockdown target or splice modulating target is like, well, this doesn't really exist in nature. Like, we don't have, human examples of someone who lives with a splice modulating oligo, but we do have the wild type of, billions of other people who, if you correct it back to the wild type, there's a therapeutic hypothesis there. So that is, in some ways, it can be a little bit better from the target safety perspective, but I completely agree with Irina that there's unknowns about the long-lasting duration of any off targets. On the other hand,
that's certainly what is so appealing about base editing, is just correct to that healthy state versus knocking down either a full or 50% of a highly conserved gene.
Yeah, and I will say there are some RNA editing technologies coming online that might enable that thing at the exon or mRNA level. My last comment is I think I flip it back to you, Michelle, of saying there's actually in some instances, in ultra rare cases, there's so much that drug companies can also learn from N of 1 trials that are happening in actual people. And I really say this with all the humility and like sensitivity in the world, that we're not experimenting on patients, but when there is a risk benefit and you're like, we have to do this, and you have an investigator initiated trial, and they might be trying a new technology that's gone through all of the, the FDA, IND approval processes. There's a lot that can be learned when it's spearheaded by, individual foundations or families, that the risk of not treating is worse, right? And I think in those cases, it's important to know that the value that's from one in-human trial can be like more than hundreds of monkeys or rats or whatever. And there's a place where I think sharing that information and being the intrepid explorers there is so valuable to the entire community.
Yeah, absolutely. And to those of us who are in the space doing this, well, that kind of leads right into my next question about the risk benefit analysis. I think people out not living our lives look at it and say, oh, your kid's pretty stable. Why would you, XYZ? But for those of us living with these rare conditions, we're used to living with a lot more risk than most other people experience with their kids. Every little minor cold could be a big risk to any of our kids. Every day there could be a seizure. We're used to a lot more risk in our lives. And so I think we're eager to take prudent risks to advance the science, and absolutely sharing those learnings are crucial.
I think one thing we think about a lot is partnering with patients and the families to make sure we're capturing the benefit in the most meaningful ways as well. Because yes. I think there are, clinical outcome measures, and there's like disease constant models. A lot of these things, I think they lack the nuance when it comes to how it's impacting your life. And so
100%. Tristan, for example, it has been rated in the less than 0.1 percentile cognitively and adaptively. So I can, pump him full of moderately effective and even potentially life-changing drugs all day, and it might still not move the needle on the Vineland, for example. Like there's a major floor effect with our profoundly impaired kids.
And Julia mentioned things like, when Millicent was administered and, coming down on some of the anti-seizure medication, Mila was able to sit more upright. And that tiny little thing that wouldn't be picked up on any outcome measure that a doctor sees means that, she wasn't always slumping over, right? And then potentially choking on things, or, cleanup and all of that. The little things that affect one's life just are so important to capture for that benefit. And it's not always just about the risk, right?
Yep, absolutely. I think, you guys saw a bunch of little clips, vignettes in the KCNH1 community video about the little ways that me out before, never would have thought of rare disease affecting your day-to-day life. And most of those measures don't even ask about something as huge to us as like potty training, for example, just some seemingly little and may not be measured on outcome measures could just be hugely impactful in terms of quality of life.
So maybe I just say something for whatever it's worth. Sorry, it's so in my past job, where I said I was working on Huntington's disease, some of the regulatory agencies were absolutely adamant that we have actually discussed outcomes with affected families and patients. Because even though maybe you have your standard scale that might not move much, but that you have something else that is really relevant. And some regulatory agencies are more open to that than others, but I think making sure that those who are not that open, that when we go to them, that we have, somebody representing, particularly for N01, maybe, that particular patient or that family, or I think it's very important so that they understand why this is so important when it maybe looks like not so important to a regulator and maybe even to a clinician, So I do think this is very important that this becomes part of the normal practice.
I totally agree. That was exactly what I was going to say. Michelle, you and Amber and Julia, your voice is so important for this process, because these are people, the regulators work in a very sterile environment. They don't have that understanding, that perspective, and your ability to translate that information in a way that makes it meaningful is what's driving this. So that's great.
And that's why we're making those videos and, trying to raise awareness with not just regulators, but obviously the general our communities and society in general about, because like I said, you don't often see these kids, or like Tristan still at 3, it soon won't be, but I can take him out in a stroller and he looks pretty typical. People around us would not necessarily have any clue about what's going on behind closed doors. And I know obviously Julia has done a lot to raise awareness with her blog in deep, in-depth narratives of what goes on with rare disease families. Just coming back briefly to the risk-benefit analysis, we have so many bottlenecks with rare disease. We have funding, we have patient recruitment. One that I'm curious about is physician and clinician willingness to take some of, and Winston, you addressed it a bit in your discussion about engaging institutions, but as you said, most physicians are not necessarily used to this space. And so how can we engage? So a personal anecdote, we tried after a year of in vitro studies, consulting everyone and their brother, medical testing baselines, developmental testing baselines, and working with a channelopathy specialist who was we had specifically gone as a second opinion to work on these investigational treatments. At the end of the day, after a year, she got cold feet about prescribing off-label a 70-year-old generic drug that is used in children for bedwetting on label. I mean, you can hardly imagine something more benign than that. And so I'm just curious about how can we recruit and provide access, because a lot of us are lucky to live in major cities, but especially for people outside of major cities and even here, and I think connected very well to the community, it was really, really hard to get something as simple as an off-label small molecule prescribed at the end of the day. So how do we help clinicians become comfortable, and how do you guys think about the risk-benefit analysis?
That's a very tough question. My wife is a clinician, and she's, a general practitioner. She sees a lot of patients. It's a lot of sort of workflow. How many, there isn't a lot of individual care. It's kind of well, I mean, she's a good physician, but she's kind of manages a lot of people. So it's one of those things where it's a balancing act for how much you can dedicate as far as time goes.
Yeah.
And it's that yeah. I mean, I'm just picturing the scenario of you approaching her and just like what would actually go through.
Right. They're like, all this risk and extra work. That's an easy no.
Yeah, exactly. It's a challenge. Yeah, you're right. And that's the thing, is how do you mitigate that risk? How do you build a framework that they can operate in, where they can feel comfortable and sort of feel like they're helping? Because she often, obviously, I mean, a lot of physicians are in the business because they want to help and they want to be a part of the solution. But it's a balancing act between feeling like they're going to be a problem and part of the solution. And so how do you put that back into, how do you make that so that they're part of the solution with a little less risk, so that's tough. Yeah, that's really tough. I
mean, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say, I think that if they're interested in the research like Tim, and you have somebody who's motivated by that aspect of it, that's your best bet. I mean, that's an extraordinary person to find, right? And so we just have to wire them up and make sure they can connect to the world.
I mean, I listened to the FDA Rare Disease Day webinar, at least some of it yesterday. And the afternoon session that I didn't really listen carefully to was about educating medical students about rare diseases. And I think that's maybe an important feature actually, that, and you know, I don't know how good this will be. As I said, I didn't listen to everything that was said there, but I think it's a good initiative to maybe not only teach about like these big diseases that we maybe need to understand as doctors, but also more like generally, what are general features when you deal with a rare disease? Because it, I mean, to some extent is sort of the treatment, but I would also say what we see is this incredibly long diagnostic odyssey. And this is also something that just sort of thinking that if it's not like some of the diseases that I can think of, what do I do? I think in the time of, you know, genomic sequencing, bringing down the cost. I mean, I think this is very important for us also as a community to push forward to do this much more quickly, yeah. And so maybe this will be also part of the education. And then I don't want to sort of ask Winston and Tim and others to sort of do this, but I think, you know, you as experienced clinician with N of 1s, teaching your own peers, like, you know, I think taking away some of the fears maybe for them, because literally, I don't think that everyone would be willing to inject an ASO that has never been given to anyone intrathecally. So if we want to roll this out, we need to help these physicians to dare to do it.
So I agree with everything that there's so many good points that were brought up, and I'm in Jeff's shoes of just like nodding along and agreeing and echoing. So one of the things that I think about is related to both Arena's point. So there's like a long term and there's like the medium term that I think about to add on to this, right? I think in the medium term, we need to not rely on the extraordinary of like finding a person like Tim, and we need to find ways of actually breaking out the different components of Tim's expertise that he brought, and you know, all the other investigators. I would feel so much more confident as a physician. I'm not a clinician, by the way, but I would feel so much more confident, and I could see, you know, my partner, my friends doing this if said, okay, Jeff at La Jolla Labs with all of his experience helped design this ASO so I know it's safe, right? And that is a compartmentalized thing that Tim had to take on in the beginning, but we should actually parse out. So it's like, you know, the industry knowledge is really benefiting, right? That Nianwei at iXCells help us screen this in a way that makes sure our target engagement is good. That, you know, we had Charles River and we did all this safety studies. And then I think about, okay, so if we can compartmentalize Tim's knowledge and make it so it's not like finding the extraordinary and making sure that we can, you know, tap into that, that's one part of that medium-term solution. But then there needs to be like a quarterback for that process, right? And this is where we get to the education and the, you know, my personal vision is that there's so many fields of medicine that underwent like a diagnostic or like, you know, observation to intervention transition, right? Like cardiology used to be just not doing too much besides giving some medications, but now they go in and they stent open closed arteries and they deploy new valves and stuff. And genetics is due for that, right? You have everyone staring at, you know, Punnett squares and pedigrees and now like exome sequences. What if they could say, we're going to build a whole branch of, you know, new medical society or a new like fellowship of interventional genetics. And this is where you get to work with the Jeffs, the Arenas, the Nianweis, and figure out this path so that you can know the pieces that go into ultimately treating that. The key there is that you don't replace your primary care physician, right? Like these are just like often the surgeons who have that unique knowledge. They know what tools to use and they can drop in and they'll follow up. But there's always going to be a primary neurologist or a primary, you know, care doctor who follows that longitudinal care. You have a specialized person who can drop in with that knowledge. So again, I've like thought a lot about the same problems there. And I think there's a big picture way hopefully we can get to.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it will just shift naturally as this becomes more mainstream and more common. You know, I think we're dealing with a similar mindset shift with the patient community for, you know, everyone who whose kid is over, say, like 10 or something, who spent most of their kid's life having no clue the basis of their disease. And now suddenly, you know, we're saying, oh, you know, when throughout all of human history, intellectual disability was just, you know, that's completely untreatable, like no questions asked, to like, no, we can actually start to do something about this. Okay, so shifting to kind of some info that would be helpful to us in the rare disease community. Irina, it sounds like you're mostly focused on a particular patient population, but Jeff, say for La Jolla Labs or the work you're doing, how do you decide what disorders to study and treat, and what makes one disease a better candidate than another?
That's a good question. For us, the rate limiting step is actually it is somewhat delivery. So we want to make sure that we can get to the target. But we are primarily a very early discovery company. So we do designs, we do models, and we don't necessarily limit ourselves to anything. We actually have our own N of 1 patients outside of N-Lorem, but they have to have a physician sponsor and a scientific team to kind of help them understand what's going on. And in some of those cases, we have taken on patients that, these are people who basically spill over from N-Lorem because they were denied from N-Lorem and ended up in our, you know, coming to us directly. And so we don't, we have some ideas of some things that we want to design that are, we have some indications that we want to go after, but those are sort of back burner things that we're kind of looking at. But for the most part, we take on anything that we can get to as far as the ASO is concerned, whether it's a splicing oligo or an SI is another modality that we're using. And then there's all the N-Lorem. We do all the screens for N-Lorem. So we have basically 20 patients right now, cell lines in-house.
Okay, very interesting, thank you. And Irina, how about within your specific patient population, same question. How do you decide which disorders?
So, I mean, first of all, we look at the family, the child. We want to initially, because, you know, there is not a process right there that would lead to a rapid approval. So we don't know this yet. So we would like to include initially in the first drug development programs, individuals where we think that we can actually really show a benefit, that we have a high likelihood. I mean, we never know, you know, but that we think so. And also we have to be absolutely as certain as we can be that what we find as the genetic variant is really like the main driver. Like there is not something that modulates this as well. And then of course we want to be sure that we can sort of correct this with an ASO. So while we do consider splice modulation as well as knockdown, you know, like we discussed before, like wild type knockdown. I mean, if there is knockdown, we want to make sure that we think that the level of knockdown we can achieve will actually have a benefit, and that if we cannot deliver a real selective ASO, that we still think that whatever we can knock down doesn't pose a risk, but has a benefit. So some of these considerations. And then we also, and we have discussed this with some of the clinicians who are also involved, is like the family, because you know, like, do they understand what it takes, you know, because there is also a burden on the families to come frequently. We want to have certain safety assessments. So just to make sure that as best as we can, that the whole process is agreed upon. And then, I mean, so far, you know, we were approached by individuals, like by physicians, And so far the cases looked like very good, but they have done some prior work on those cases. Once we are more confident that we can deliver this, we can design these ASOs, we have criteria to make sure that these ASOs are whatever, reasonably safe and efficacious, we will broaden these criteria, yeah, because then we have actually shown that we can do this. But the initial criteria have to be like that we are really confident both from the genetic mutation, the delivery as well, and then the stage of the disease and the disease symptoms, that we can show a benefit.
That makes complete sense. Winston, I would love to hear your answer too from your industry side as well. But we're about to have to wrap up. One sentence for me as a takeaway to the patient community. What do you wish for most from patient advocacy groups and the patient community? Winston.
Keep on beating the light. Simple as that.
Oh, well, thank you. But concretely, like, what do you need from us?
Oh, I think it's just to me, the data sharing aspect and actually concretely asking for it, right? Saying, may we share this? That would be a huge benefit for I think you don't know how much power you do have in this, and asking for it, and then having the community press on this is what the standard is. I think that would be really important.
I loved your point in your talk about not only, obviously publishing is way too slow, but not only like providing info on some platform, but actively seeking out people who might be doing something similar and could benefit from that info. And I think that's something that we can all, work on, because it's easy to get caught up in millions of other things, but taking that extra step to reach out and make those connections could be really huge. Okay. Jeff, in one sentence, and then Irina, one sentence, what do you want from patients?
One sentence. Once again, I follow Winston, exactly what he said. I just very quickly, I want to reiterate that the power of the patient advocacy in saying, this is our data, we want to share it, we want to make it useful. It's there, it's there. You just have to say it.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. And Irina?
And I would just add, continue to lobby, but lobby even more broadly, like the Hill, Congress, like payers. We have to, want that this is not a question anymore. How is this paid for? It is just there. It is a disease that has a treatment. It needs to be reimbursed. I think that's also very important. So just, I know it's hard, but keep going.
All right. Well, thank you so much. It's really been an honor to get to speak with you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.